Chapter 1000. Was the man in embroidered clothes strong? In Yang Ye's opinion, the man was very strong, extremely strong. He was much stronger than Qing Daofu. If it was at any other time before this, even if he could defeat the man, it would be absolutely impossible for Yang Yi to kill the man with such ease. Yet now, Yang Yi possessed numerous equipment at the divine rank, and he even utilized a divine rank technique and void rank sword intent. Under such circumstances, his strength had risen significantly. So, not to mention that the man was only a high-rank half-saint, Yang Yi was confident in his ability to go face the man directly in combat even if the man was a saint. The reason that the man in embroidered clothes had been killed in an instant without any ability to resist was because the man had been careless. From the beginning until the end, the man in embroidered clothes had looked down upon Yang Yi with a sense of superiority. If it wasn't for that, it would be absolutely impossible for him to have been killed in an instant with such ease when he had the Black Dragon's assistance. Of course, Yang Yi was confident in his ability to kill him even if the man in embroidered clothes hadn't underestimated him. "Human, you're courting death." The Black Dragon roared with fury when he saw Yang Yi kill the man in embroidered clothes, and he swung his enormous figure in Yang Ye's direction. The terrifying force and dragon pressure which came from the Black Dragon's enormous body caused numerous mountains behind Yang Yi to be blasted into powder. However, Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot. Yang Yi suddenly roared, "Fuck off!" As soon as he spoke, Yang Yi activated the bloodline he inherited from the dragon ancestor, and an invisible wave of pressure swept forward towards the huge Black Dragon. Everyone here watched with astonishment as the might of the saint-rank dragon actually weakened more than 10 times in an instant upon being enveloped by the invisible pressure which Yang Yi emanated. At the same time, the Black Dragon started to slow down, and it didn't take long for the Black Dragon to be forced to a stop in midair. The spectators were astounded by the sight of this. Even Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyes were opened wide at this moment, and they seemed like they'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden's jet-black brows were knit together as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. At this moment, the Black Dragon's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment as well. Besides that, there was a trace of fear within them as well. Because he sensed a strand of pressure just now, it was a strand bloodline pressure. Bloodline pressure. He was at the Saint Realm, so his bloodline had been improved and transformed. Besides an ancestral dragon, there was no other dragon that could cause him to suffer suppression from bloodline pressure. However, had actually been suppressed by bloodline pressure, and it was even from a human. "Human, why do you have the bloodline of my dragon clan?" The Black Dragon gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance and fear. A glow of excitement flickered in Yang Ye's eyes when he noticed that the dragon ancestor's blood was actually effective against the Black Dragon, because it meant that most dragons would be suppressed by his bloodline, and it meant that this huge fellow in front of him wasn't that troublesome to deal with anymore. Yang Yi suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed it at the huge Black Dragon, and he roared with fury, "Do you know who I am?" His voice was like a thunderclap that terrified countless cultivators and demon beasts. The Black Dragon's eyelids twitched, and then he spoke fiercely, "Human, I admit that your bloodline can affect me, but if you think that you can rely on that bloodline to defeat me, then I have to say that you're dreaming." "How presumptuous!" Yang Yi roared. "I'm the scion of the dragons who the Patriarch personally appointed, and my status is equivalent to the Patriarch. You actually dare to speak to me like that? Are you trying to get skinned alive and suffer having your tendons pulled out?" "The scion of the dragons?" A wisp of bewilderment flashed through the Black Dragon's eyes. A long time passed before he spoke in a deep voice, "Human, stop talking nonsense. When did my dragon clan ever have a scion?" When he spoke up to this point, the Black Dragon's voice became cold. "Do you know what consequences await you for misusing the name of my dragon clan?" Yang Yi asked. "Then tell me why I have the bloodline of the dragon clan." The Black Dragon spoke in a low voice. "Maybe you forcefully extracted it from a member of my dragon clan and fused it with your own bloodline. How stupid are you?" Yang Yi ridiculed. "Just think about it. Whose bloodline would I have to extract in order to affect you with my bloodline?" The patriarch at least. The black dragon's pupils constricted when he spoke up to this point, because he noticed that it was impossible. Extract the bloodline of the dragon clan's patriarch? Not to mention Pine Prefecture. There wasn't anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture who had the ability to do that. In other words, Yang Yi knew that it was working when he noticed the change in the black dragon's expression, and he hurriedly said, "If the patriarch hadn't willingly given me his bloodline, could anyone have been able to extract his blood?" The black dragon was still quite doubtful. "Then why have I never heard about this scion of the dragons?" "That's because it's a classified secret of our dragon clan." Yang Yi continued, "The patriarch gave me a secret mission to complete. Anyway, it isn't something you need to know. Understand?" "Right. The patriarch said that if I am to encounter trouble, then all dragons of our clan must help me unconditionally." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi pointed at Welkin Wolf Demon King. "Now, help me kill him." Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at the black dragon. He was horrified when he noticed that the black dragon seemed to be hesitating, and he quickly said, "You absolutely can't believe him so easily. If he really is that so-called scion of the dragons, then based on your strength and status in your clan, how could your patriarch have not told you about him? Moreover, even if the patriarch of the dragon clan appointed someone as a scion of your clan, how could it possibly be such a weak person?" The black dragon fell silent for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Human, I still refuse to believe that you're that scion which you say you are." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "Intuition." The black dragon looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "I have no reason to refute anything you've said. However, my intuition tells me that you aren't who you say you are." His intuition? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he said, "So?" The black dragon pondered deeply for a while, and then he said, "You've killed the young master of the Liu clan's branch family. So, you have to come with me. Don't worry, you'll just be making a trip with me. Once we return to the Central Divine Prefecture, it'll become clear whether you really are a scion of my dragon clan. If it's true, then not to mention a branch family of the Liu clan, even the entire Liu clan would dare not harm you." Yang Yi's face fell, and he said, "Do you realize that doing that would spoil the patriarch's plans?" He wanted to just kill the black dragon and refine him into a sword servant. After all, he was 50% confident in his ability to kill the black dragon with the help of the bloodline pressure he possessed. However, he didn't dare to act on such a thought, because if he were to fight the black dragon right now, then Zhu Yuan and Welkin Wolf Demon King would definitely attack as well. Moreover, while the huge black dragon wasn't a big threat to him, the black dragon was a huge threat to everyone else in Ocean of Cloud City. So long as the black dragon disregarded everything and slammed his body against the city, then at least half the residents of the city would perish. Thus, Yang Yi had no choice but to use his brains to turn the situation around. The black dragon replied, "Then produce something that proves you're the scion of my dragon clan. So long as you can produce proof which convinces me, then I'll help you unconditionally. Otherwise, you have to come back to the Central Divine Prefecture with me." It was naturally impossible for the black dragon to help Yang Yi fight Welkin Wolf Demon King just because of something Yang Yi had said. Proof? Welkin Wolf Demon King laughed coldly. If he did have proof, he would have produced it a long time ago, and he wouldn't have been wasting his breath until now. In my opinion, he definitely obtained that bloodline through forbidden methods. The black dragon's gaze towards Yang Yi turned slightly hostile when he heard Welkin Wolf Demon King. Suddenly, Yang Yi started laughing. "I didn't want to reveal it, but I have no other choice. Black Dragon, if the patriarch's plans are spoiled because I'm exposed, then you'll be an eternal traitor of my dragon clan, and even the death of all your relatives wouldn't be sufficient to atone for it." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous golden scales suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for them to cover Yang Yi's entire body. Moreover, 2 golden dragon horns grew out from his head. Draconification. It was an ability he obtained when he gained the inheritance of the dragon ancestor all those years ago. It was a huge help to him in battle in the beginning, but as his strength and physical body was improved incessantly, The amount of help it provided him had become practically insignificant. So, he practically didn't utilize it anymore. Now, he had no choice but to try and use it to trick the black dragon. Everyone here was stunned when they saw Yang Yi transform like that, and it included Welkin Wolf Demon King. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi could actually transform like that. At this moment, Yang Yi simply seemed like a being that was half man and half dragon. An inheritance of my dragon clan. The black dragon's eyes were filled with shock. Human, you actually obtained an inheritance of my dragon clan. The inheritance of the dragon clan was usually given to dragons alone. But he hadn't imagined that this human would have actually obtained an inheritance of the dragon clan, and he felt quite a bit of disbelief. Yang Yi said, "Black dragon, do you need further proof?" The black dragon gazed at Yang Yi while a wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. In the end, he shook his head slightly and said, "Even if you aren't that scion which you say that you are, there's definitely a deep relationship between you and my dragon clan. So, I'll help you today." As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon turned his head and roared at Welkin Wolf Demon King, and then he charged in Welkin Wolf Demon King's direction. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyes, and then he immediately returned to his original form. He transformed into a huge black wolf that wasn't any smaller than the black dragon. The dragon and wolf didn't fight in the sky. They entered a pocket of space instead. Because regardless of whether it was the black dragon or Welkin Wolf Demon King, both of them didn't dare to offend the Heaven Tao at a time like this. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when the black dragon and Welkin Wolf Demon King entered into a pocket of space. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhu Yuan instead. The corners of Zhu Yuan's eyes twitched, and then he glanced at Qing and Li Yun, who was a sword servant now. Zhu Yuan pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Yang Yi, my Tao Order will get even with you in the future. They'll give face to the ancient sword school and Ocean of Clouds Academy today, and I won't make a fuss about it with you for now. Disciples of my Tao Order, come with me." As he spoke, he was about to tear space open and leave with the disciples of the Tao Order. "Did I say that you could go?" Suddenly, Yang Yi's voice resounded in the air above the city. Chapter 1001. The disciples of the Tao Order revealed slightly grim expressions. Could he be planning on killing Elder Zhu Yuan? Zhu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around to look at Yang Yi. "What? Are you sure that you want me and the disciples of my Tao Order to stay?" Yang Yi chuckled. Yang Yi, repay both kindness and enmity. I owe a debt to the founding ancestor of the Tao Order, so I will absolutely not act against members of the Tao Order if they don't try to act against me. Thus, besides you, all the other disciples of the Tao Order can leave." Zhu Yuan stared at Yang Yi as he said, "Are you sure that you can make me stay?" Bang! The cape on Yang Yi's back suddenly unfolded into a pair of wings, and he pointed yellow springs at Zhu Yuan. "Want to give it a try?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qing and the sword servant, Li Yun, flashed forward and surrounded Zhu Yuan from both sides. Zhu Yuan slowly clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent and coldness. "Yang Yi," suddenly, Fu Jingxian said, "I know that you don't fear the Tao Order, but do you really want the Tao Order to become enemies of Ocean of Clouds Academy as well? Can the Academy really afford to endure the Tao Order's revenge right now?" Yang Yi gazed at Fu Jingxian and said, "They won't stop even if I do, right? You killed Qing Daofu, so they will absolutely not stop." Fu Jingxian looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "However, even if we intend to take revenge, it would only be against you and not the entire Academy or the ancient sword school. But if you kill Elder Zhu Yuan, then trust me, the Tao Order will immediately change sides, and it will side with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. At that time, the Academy and the ancient sword school will fall into a hopeless situation." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang walked over to his side. "Even though I want him dead as well, but the Tao Order will definitely not let the matter go if you were to kill him now. Regardless of whether it's the Academy or the Sword School, both of them can't afford to endure the Tao Order's revenge right now. If you spare him, then there would be room for both the Academy and the Tao Order to discuss things. If you kill him, then the Tao Order would be forced to attack Ocean of Clouds Academy, even if it didn't want to become enemies with the Academy. Lu Weiner continued, "Let him go. I know you don't like it, but do it for the Academy and everyone here in the city, all right?" Yang Yi remained silent for a long while, and then he glanced at the crowd of cultivators from the city. He shrugged and gazed at Zhu Yuan. "All right, you can go now." Fu Jingxian and the other members of the Tao Order instantly heaved sighs of relief when they heard him. Yang Yi had 2 saints on his side, so it was very likely for him to be able to kill Zhu Yuan. Most importantly, it would definitely cause the Tao Order to become enemies with both the Ancient Sword School and Ocean of Clouds Academy. Something like that wasn't good for the Tao Order, the Ancient Sword School, or Ocean of Clouds Academy. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't act willfully this time. Zhu Yuan glanced coldly at Yang Yi, Yu Wushuang, and Lu Weiner. "Remember that he'll definitely repay you 100-fold for everything that happened today." Fu Jingxian's face turned pale when she heard him. "It's over now. I think you don't have to go now." Yang Yi's voice resounded abruptly, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and shot towards Zhu Yuan. It was quick to the absolute limit. Besides Qing and Zhu Yuan, no other human or demon beast could capture it clearly. Zhu Yuan's expression had changed drastically when Yang Yi attacked. Because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually change his mind and attack immediately, Zhu Yuan didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he stretched out his right hand. The space before him condensed and overlapped in layers, and it instantly formed a thick, spatial wall. Bang! Yang Yi stabbed Yellow Springs right against the spatial wall, and it shook violently from the impact. A moment later, Yang Yi suddenly spun Yellow Springs. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the spatial wall exploded apart, and the ray of light shot towards Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan's eyelids twitched, and a silver spear which was thick like an arm appeared in his grasp. He shouted with fury as he stabbed it against the tip of Yang Yi's sword. Bang! An explosion resounded as a wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. At this moment, the sky instantly cracked apart, and numerous spatial rifts filled the sky. It was an extremely shocking sight to behold. Yang Yi's void rank sword intent surged out incessantly from within him and pressed down upon Zhu Yuan. At the same time, Zhu Yuan relied on the energy of the heavens and the earth to resist Yang Yi's sword intent. They fell into a momentary stalemate. Yang Yi's sword howled incessantly while Zhu Yuan's spear trembled without end. The space around them couldn't endure the power force from the collision, and it collapsed. But it didn't take long for the laws of the heavens and the earth to repair the space. However, it was blasted apart as soon as it was repaired. Yu Wushuang gazed at Qing, and the latter shook her head lightly. "If I attack now, then he'll have to enter a pocket of space with Zhu Yuan. But Yang Yi can't do that. Don't worry. They'll lend him a hand if he can't hold on." Yu Wushuang nodded, and then she looked up into the sky. After Yang Yi and Zhu Yuan were locked in a stalemate for some time, the spectators noticed to their astonishment that Zhu Yuan's spear was actually gradually curving. At this moment, Zhu Yuan, who was a saint, had fallen into a disadvantaged state. Suddenly, Yang Yi moved Yellow Springs a little bit to the side, and it transformed into a ray of light that smashed against Zhu Yuan's chest. At the same time, Zhu Yuan's spear stabbed Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded. Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back, while Zhu Yuan was pushed just 30 m back. However, there was a bloody hole on Zhu Yuan's chest, while Zhu Yuan's spear hadn't even left a mark behind on Yang Yi's chest. It was naturally because of the sword armor. The reason Yang Yi had dared to exchange blows like that was because he was wearing the sword armor. The facts proved that he really didn't have to defend himself against Zhu Yuan's attacks while wearing the sword armor. If he didn't have the sword armor, then Yang Yi would naturally not dare to use his body to forcefully endure the full strength of a saint. Even though his physical defenses were formidable, they weren't strong enough to disregard a saint. However, it was a completely different story when he had the sword armor. Because the sword armor, which was boosted by his void rank sword intent, was something that even saints would find difficult to penetrate. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled into a smile. Because he was entirely capable of fighting a saint in single combat, while he possessed the equipment provided to him by the ancient sword school. Actually, it was normal because he was using the best equipment in the ancient sword school. Not to mention him, even an ordinary person would probably be able to exchange a few blows with a monarch realm expert while utilizing such equipment. At this moment, Zhu Yuan had an extremely unsightly and ferocious expression on his face. After all, had actually been publicly injured by an ant at the half-saint realm. It was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. Die! Zhu Yuan roared with fury as his figure flashed up into the air. He stretched out his right hand, and the spirit energy throughout the surrounding instantly surged towards him. In the end, all the spirit energy entered his body. Zhu Yuan slowly raised his hands in midair, and the clouds above him immediately started moving. It only took a moment for the clouds to slowly split apart, and then a huge palm which emanated an ancient aura descended down as if it had traveled down from outer space itself. The palm emanated a powerful wave of energy that was even slightly stronger than the energy of the heavens and the earth. Everyone here was astounded by the sight of the palm. In the past, saints had always entered pockets of space to do battle. So besides saints themselves, others were very rarely able to witness the true strength of saints. All they knew was that saints were very strong, but they didn't know how strong saints were. Now, they knew. They had no doubt that ocean of Cloud City and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range would be obliterated if that palm was allowed to descend. Isn't he afraid of breaking the rules of the radiant dimension and being pursued by all the saints in this world? Asked Yu Wushuang. Because Zhu Yuan's attack was sufficient to obliterate the entire area here. Qing shook her head slightly. His opponent isn't a saint. Since it isn't a saint, he naturally has no need to obey those so-called rules. Moreover, unless two saints go mad and start destroying the world around them, very few saints would emerge from their own closed-door cultivation and interfere in it. I see. Yu Wushuang nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi while a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Can Yang Yi resist that attack? Will Yang Yi be the one person in the history of Pine Prefecture to kill a saint while at the half-saint realm? Yu Wushuang wasn't the only one wondering about such things. Everyone else here had similar thoughts. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the enormous palm, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Had killed a saint in the past, but had done so by utilizing surprise attacks. At that time, Li Yuan hadn't been able to truly utilize his strength. Yet now, Yang Yi was facing a saint directly, a saint who was able to utilize his full strength in battle. Yang Yi slowly looked down at Yellow Springs, and then a moment of silence ensued before Yellow Springs suddenly howled. Its sword howl caused countless strands of earthen yellow energy to surge out from the ground and into Yang Yi, and then his aura and the aura of his sword shot into the sky and collided with the aura emanated from the enormous palm. The auras collided in midair, and the entire sky warped as if it was about to collapse. Yang Yi, let me see how much of a monstrous genius you are. Zhu Yuan's voice resounded like a thunderclap, and then the huge palm smashed down from up above. Only one of us will survive this battle. Yang Yi roared as a sword howl resounded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that tore through space as it shot towards the enormous palm. Chapter 1002. Rumble. The ray of light struck against the enormous palm, and a huge explosion resounded. The space in the area of the collision instantly cracked apart, and numerous cracks there were thick like pillars covered the entire sky. Yang Yi's attack dimmed down while cracks started to appear on Zhu Yuan's attack, and they entered into a stalemate in midair. A moment of silence ensued. OM. The sword armor Yang Yi wore suddenly exploded apart, and then countless swords that were fine as needles shot into the air and slammed against Zhu Yuan's attack. Hiss. The spectators watched as the sword needles slammed against the enormous palm, and they were merely stopped for a moment before they pierced through the palm. In an instant, the entire palm was riddled with holes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly roared with fury, and he grabbed Yellow Springs with both hands and spun it against the enormous palm. Bang! Yang Yi's figure shot through it along with his sword. Rumble! The enormous palm shattered apart, and countless waves of energy erupted from the explosion. In an instant, The waves of energy swept through the entire sky and caused the space in its path to ripple violently. It seemed as if the space there would shatter at any moment, and it was truly horrifying. But it didn't take long for the waves of energy to be minced apart by the rays of light from Yang Ye's sword. Rays of light flashed horizontally and vertically through the sky, and they were accompanied by successive explosions while space shattered apart over and over again. Everyone was looking up at the sky, because a half-saint was there fighting a battle of life and death with a saint. Regardless of whether Yang Yi won or lost the battle today, his reputation would shake the entire prefecture, and it would surpass the 5 top geniuses. In the last 10,000 years of history in Pine Prefecture, Yang Yi was the only half-saint capable of challenging a saint in battle. If Yang Yi won, then he would be the 1st half-saint to defeat a saint in the history of Pine Prefecture. Would Yang Yi win or die? Yu Wushuang gazed at the sky for a very long time while standing on the city walls. Suddenly, she gazed at Oblivion Maiden and said, "He's very strong, right?" Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yu Wushuang, and then her gaze returned to the fox in her arms. She spoke softly, "It's all right." Yu Wushuang's pupils constricted, and she just stared blankly at Oblivion Maiden for some time. Bang! Suddenly, the space throughout the sky exploded apart, and a huge black hole appeared before everyone's eyes. After that, a figure fell from the sky, but a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind the figure when it was about to crash against the ground, and the figure immediately stopped on the spot. It was Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's countenance was pale while threads of blood were seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, his sword intent seemed to be extremely violent and disorderly at this moment. Yang Yi lost? Such a thought appeared in the minds of everyone here. But right at this moment, rain suddenly descended from the sky. The spectators were stunned by this scene, but it didn't take long for their eyes to open wide, and astonishment and disbelief filled their eyes. Because it wasn't rain, it was spirit energy. Obviously, Zhu Yuan had perished. Yang Yi had killed a saint in direct combat. At this moment, countless people throughout the city were cheering while the disciples of the Tao Order were ghastly pale. The 1st half-saint to kill a saint in the history of Pine Prefecture, Qing's eyes were filled with shock as she gazed at Yang Yi. After she attained the saint realm, she had an even better understanding of the gap between half-saints and saints. It was exactly why she was shocked right now. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she hadn't tried to go back on her word because she had attained the saint realm. Based on the terrifying strength and natural talent Yang Yi revealed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to attain the saint realm. Once that happened, just how terrifying would he be? See that? See that? Even saints are no match for Instructor Yang. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, Pine Prefecture will cease to have 5 top geniuses. It will only have Yang Yi. Would anyone dare to call himself a genius before Yang Yi? Would anyone be worthy of such a title? From today onwards, Yang Yi is the #1 expert in the younger generation of Pine Prefecture, the unprecedented expert of the younger generation. He's the 1st half-saint throughout the history of our Pine Prefecture that has killed a saint. Yang Yi's name will definitely become an eternal legend of our prefecture. The Tao Order and Zhu Yuan's names will go down in history as well. Besides the disciples of the Tao Order, all the other human cultivators were cheering with wild joy and shouting like madmen. At this moment, they who were once filled with despair had seen the light of hope, and it was Yang Yi who brought that light of hope to them. As for the demon beasts, they were looking at Yang Yi with horror in their eyes. It wasn't just the demon beasts. Even the elites of Sky Divine Hall were looking at Yang Yi with fear in their eyes. After all, feats like this had only occurred in the Central Divine Prefecture. Yet now, it had appeared right before their eyes. A saint had been killed by a half-saint right as they watched, so how could they not feel afraid? Yang Yi withdrew a violet crystal and swallowed it, and then an unending supple of profound energy instantly appeared within him. All of this profound energy was converted into violet profound energy by the tiny vortex, and then it dispersed towards his limbs and meridians to repair the injuries he suffered both externally and internally. Was a saint easy to kill? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was naturally not easy. especially under the circumstances that he was fighting that saint in direct combat. In the end, the reason he had been able to kill Zhu Yuan in direct combat had been the divine rank equipment he possessed. If he didn't possess the sword armor, dark sword wings, and yellow springs, just his strength alone would have been absolutely incapable of killing Zhu Yuan. Even surviving the battle would have been a huge problem for him. The terrifying destructive abilities of saints far surpassed his imagination. Of course, it would definitely be absolutely easy to kill Zhu Yuan if he summoned Heaven's gravestone to aid him in battle. But could he? Once he did that, then he wouldn't just be burying Zhu Yuan. He might even be burying himself as well. No matter what, had obtained great gains from the battle. Not only had he obtained a new sword servant that was a saint at his prime, Yang Yi had obtained the violet crystals within Zhu Yuan's spatial ring. Besides the violet crystal he just consumed, he had 5 more. Besides that, had obtained some unexpected gains as well, and it came in the form of a low-grade divine rank palm technique, Heaven's Palm. It was that palm attack which Zhu Yuan had executed earlier. The might of that attack was still vivid within his memories. Even though he had been able to overcome it, he still didn't dare underestimate it in the slightest. Because the reason he had been able to overcome it was the sword armor, dark sword wings, void rank sword intent, and the death by a thought technique. It could be said that even lacking one of them would have prevented him from overcoming Zhu Yuan's Heaven's Palm technique. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from far away in the sky, and then another rain of spirit energy descended from the sky. Another saint had fallen. All the humans and demon beasts looked up into the sky. Which side was that saint from? A long time passed before 2 old men appeared before everyone here. One of them was Elder Emo from Sky Divine Hall, and the other was the Dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy, Shang Yunqi. The forces on the side of the academy cheered once more when they witnessed this scene. The Dean was still able to kill a saint while fighting 2 saints on his own. All hail the Dean! All hail the Dean! Haha! The Dean is such a formidable figure, yet those saints from Sky Divine Hall dared to overestimate their ability and challenge Dean Shang in battle. They really were courting death. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Shang Yunqi all fine and well. After all, the old man was the backbone of the academy. If Shang Yunqi fell in battle, then Yang Yi had no doubt that Ocean of Clouds Academy's morale would definitely fall to rock bottom. Fortunately, Shang Yunqi was fine. Not only was he still alive, he had even killed one of the saints from Sky Divine Hall. Ocean of Clouds Academy, which was previously in a disadvantaged position, could be said to have the upper hand right now. Of course, Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. After all, a mysterious power was standing behind Sky Divine Hall and Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Shang Yunqi glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded lightly. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You almost killed me. Yang Yi spoke angrily. After all, how could he have forgotten how the old geezer had tricked him and made him go to the Bear Clan? Shang Yunqi grinned. He'll compensate you. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. How? Shang Yunqi replied. How about I give my granddaughter to you? Shang Qingying's expression changed when she heard this, and then she glared angrily at Shang Yunqi before glaring at Yang Yi as well. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Old man, you're just drawing hate to me. Are the both of you done? Meanwhile, Elder Emo from Sky Divine Hall spoke ferociously. Shang Yunqi, we underestimated you. But do you really think that killing one of our saints would be able to keep your academy safe? Let me tell you that you're wrong. Ocean of Clouds Academy will definitely be destroyed today, and no one can save you. Shang Yunqi spoke coldly. I seem to recall you saying something similar just now. This will be the last time. I guarantee it. It wasn't Elder Emo who spoke those words, but a masked man who had suddenly appeared by Elder Mo's side. The man wore a violet gold-colored robe and kept his hands behind his back, and he emanated a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, 3 other black-robed men appeared in the sky around the city. Saints. All of them were saints. Despair covered the faces of everyone within the city. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as well, because he hadn't expected that 4 saints would suddenly appear here. In that way, their enemies would have an absolute advantage over them. I hadn't intended to do it myself, but now it would seem like I have no other choice. The masked man continued, Ocean of Clouds Academy must be destroyed today. Shang Yunshi stared fixedly at the masked man. You are from White Deer Academy. The masked man replied. What do you think? Shang Yunshi closed his eyes, and quite some time passed before he suddenly opened them and pointed at Yang Yi. From today onward, Yang Yi is the new dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy. So long as you belong to the academy, then you must obey him unconditionally. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Yunshi suddenly raised his hands, and the space around him started to warp. Waves of energy that could obliterate the heavens and the earth surged out explosively from within him, and they instantly shot towards the masked man and the other 3 black-robed saints. You intend to fight 4 of us on your own? You think too highly of yourself. However, since you want to die, then ill fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man and the other 3 black-robed saints instantly entered a pocket of space with Shang Yunshi. A moment of silence ensued, and then the masked man's horrified void suddenly resounded from high above. Soul ignition. Soul ignition? Shang Yunshi, have you gone mad? You're actually detonating yourself. Bang! The sky dimmed amidst a deafening explosion. Chapter 1003. No. Shang Qingying suddenly roared with misery. She wanted to charge up into the sky, but Lu Weiner and Yu Wushuang held her back with all their might. As for the students and everyone else in the city, they looked up into the sky with astonishment when they heard the masked man, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The dean ignited his soul? He detonated himself? They were praying that it wasn't true. Yang Ye's eyes were filled with shock as well, because the explosion and the scene that had appeared in the sky told him that someone had definitely detonated himself high above in a pocket of space, and that person should be Shang Yunshi. Soul ignition before detonating himself meant that Shang Yunshi had vanished eternally from this world. What exactly was the background of those 4 saints that they actually made Shang Yunshi act so decisively and choose to ignite his soul before detonating himself? At this moment, Elder Imo had shock in his eyes as well. Obviously, had never imagined that Shang Yunshi would actually choose to ignite his soul and detonate himself. After all, if a saint chose to ignite the soul and detonate himself, then it was equivalent to truly vanishing from the world, and even reincarnation would be impossible. So, it made him wonder if Shang Yunshi had gone mad. A long time passed before the sky gradually returned to normal, and only a single person remained in the sky. The masked man. Besides the masked man, Shang Yunshi and the other 3 black-robed saints were gone. Shang Yunshi. The masked man's furious howl resounded through the sky. After all, just a moment of carelessness had caused him to lose 3 saints and even suffer heavy injuries. So, he could be said to have suffered a huge loss today. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of brilliant light tore through the sky and shot towards the masked man. It was naturally Yang Yi who had launched the attack. Even though he didn't know who the masked man was, he had no doubt that the masked man was his enemy. Since he was an enemy, he deserved death and should be killed. Moreover, the masked man was heavily injured, so it was the best opportunity for him to attack. Since the masked man had been able to survive when Shang Yunshi had ignited his soul and detonated himself, it proved how terrifying the masked man's strength was. So, Yang Yi hadn't held back at all, and had utilized both the dark sword wings and death by a thought. At this moment, Yang Ye's speed was at its limits. Yang Ye's sword had stabbed against the masked man's chest before the masked man could recover from his shock. However, Yang Yi was astonished to notice that his sword felt like it had stabbed against a solid piece of divine rank iron. Not only was it unable to move an inch further, his arm was even numbed by the impact. Fuck off! The masked man roared furiously as he swiftly slapped his right palm against Yang Ye's sword. A huge amount of force came from Yellow Springs and instantly blasted Yang Yi flying. However, it only took a moment for Yang Yi to vanish mysteriously in midair, and he was behind the masked man when he appeared once more. At the same time, the tip of Yellow Springs had arrived before the man's nape. The masked man's pupils constricted. Head clearly never expected Yang Yi to actually just suddenly appear behind him. However, his reaction wasn't slow at all. Head suddenly vanished on the spot before Yellow Springs could even touch his nape, and he was behind Yang Yi when his figure appeared once more. After that, he slapped his palm towards the back of Yang Yi's head. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi didn't fall into a panicked state, nor did he try to dodge it. He just stabbed his sword backwards. Hiss. Bang. Yang Yi's figure was blasted flying, and he flew quite a distance before he could finally stop himself. While the masked man wasn't pushed back, a bleeding hole had been opened up on his right shoulder. The masked man looked at Yang Yi, and his voice carried a trace of shock. Your sword was actually able to penetrate my defenses. Yang Yi didn't explain anything, nor did he waste his breath on the man. His figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the masked man when he appeared again. After that, the sword armor he wore suddenly exploded apart into countless sword needles, and they instantly transformed into rays of light that enveloped the masked man. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! Suddenly, the rays of light were dispersed, and a figure flashed out from within them. In an instant, the figure arrived before Yang Yi and slapped his palm towards Yang Yi's chest. However, a green barrier of light suddenly enveloped Yang Yi when the masked man's palm was about to strike his chest. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the green barrier of light trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted over 500 m, but it didn't take long for him to stop in midair. Moreover, he didn't have a scratch on him. Another divine rank treasure. The masked man spoke ferociously. How many do you have? Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the sword needles immediately flew back to him, and then they formed the sword armor once more. At the same time, the cape he wore suddenly transformed into a pair of wings. Besides that, he flipped his left palm, and J-Drop appeared in his left grasp. He was enveloped by the dimensional cube, wearing the sword armor, holding Yellow Springs and J-Drop, and had the dark sword wings on his back. The masked man's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and he roared furiously, 5 divine rank treasures. You! Yang Yi didn't give him the time to speak another word as Yang Yi had shot towards the masked man. The spectators expected the masked man to counterattack, but they were astounded to witness him turn around and vanish on the spot. At the same time, the masked man's voice resounded from far away in the horizon. He'll definitely slaughter everyone in Ocean of Cloud City when I return. Head fled. The spectators were stunned by this scene. Even a saint was actually scared away by Yang Yi. That's a saint? That saint that we usually look up to? He fled without even having the courage to fight? He isn't weak, it's Instructor Yang who's too strong. Instructor Yang has surpassed saints. It's such a pity that we've lost the Dean. Destroy Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Destroy Sky Divine Hall. Avenge the Dean. Avenge the Dean. Countless people started howling furiously in the city. Elder Mo's face was unsightly to the extreme as well, because he hadn't expected the masked man to actually flee. Head fled. Even though Elder Mo knew that the masked man was heavily injured, he felt that the masked man still shouldn't have fled. Elder Mo hesitated on the spot for a long time, and then he finally stared at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, just you wait. He gazed at Yu Wushuang when he spoke up to this point, and he continued, You won't be able to escape my Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Mo and spoke calmly, He'll kill as many as Sky Divine Hall sends. You. Elder Mo ridicule. Yang Yi, you think too highly of yourself. You're nothing without that set of divine rank treasures. Yang Yi replied, They'll just ask you one question. Do you dare to fight me in single combat? The corners of Elder Mo's mouth twitched. Do you dare to take off those divine rank treasures? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule and said, Just fuck off before I change my mind. Elder Mo stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and quite some time passed before he laughed coldly. Just you wait. Yang Yi, just you wait. The day will come when my Sky Divine Hall lets you know how tiny you are. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mo was about to turn around and leave, but Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Wait. Elder Mo's figure stiffened slightly, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. What? You want to try and kill me? The elites of Sky Divine Hall who stood behind him entered a fully vigilant state, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Yang Yi grinned and said, "Calm down. I just wanted to tell you something. They'll be paying a visit to Sky Divine Hall soon. Don't worry, I won't make all of you wait too long." Elder Imo gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "Sky Divine Hall will be waiting for your arrival. Just as you've said, I hope you don't make us wait too long." Elder Mo's figure flashed, and he vanished with the others who stood behind him. Meanwhile, Qing suddenly said, "Why didn't you try to kill him?" Yang Yi shook his head lightly, and then he closed his eyes. Of course he wanted to kill Elder Imo and the members of Sky Divine Hall, but could he? He was actually on the verge of exhaustion right now. After all, fighting two saints in succession had exhausted a huge amount of his strength, and it was especially so when he was utilizing divine rank treasures. If his profound energy didn't far surpass ordinary cultivators, and if he didn't possess violet crystals, then he would be lying on the ground by now. So, he was truly without the strength to fight another saint. Even though he had Qing and Li Yun, it was impossible for them to kill Elder Imo even if they joined forces. Because Qing had only just advanced into the saint realm, so while her strength was at the level of a saint, there definitely was a gap between her and someone like Elder Imo who'd been a saint for a very long time. As for Li Yun, he was an inferior version of a saint. Once Qing and Li Yun were locked in battle with Elder Imo, and those elites of Sky Divine Hall were allowed to attack, then it would definitely be a calamity for the cultivators in the city, because he couldn't stop them at all in his current state. So, he had no choice but to scare Elder Imo away. He has no other choice. Even though he had no other choice, it was a good thing for Ocean of Cloud City, because once Elder Imo and the elites of Sky Divine Hall left, all the other saints on Welkin Wolf Mountain Range's side would be locked in battle, including Welkin Wolf Demon King. In other words, Welkin Wolf Mountain Range had no other experts. Yang Yi gazed at the city and said, "Open the gates and kill." As soon as he spoke, the gates were opened, and then countless cultivators swarmed out from within. At this moment, their morale was surging, and they were at their peak strength. As for the demon beasts, while their opponents were the cultivators of Ocean of Cloud City, they remained constantly vigilant against Yang Yi, as they were very much afraid that Yang Yi would suddenly attack them. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to bring forth their full strength in battle. So, the demon beasts were pushed back repeatedly as soon as the battle began. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood proudly in the sky and looked down at the demon beasts on the ground below. Even though he hadn't attacked, he made the demon beasts constantly feel the pressure of his presence. Suddenly, Oblivion Maiden who stood on the city walls strode step by step towards Yang Yi. She petted the fox's head lightly as she walked, and she spoke softly, "Ali, we'll be able to head back right away." Yu Wushuang's face turned slightly grim when she witnessed this scene, and she hurriedly said, "He killed a saint." Oblivion Maiden's calm voice resounded, "A saint? I've killed a saint as well, and more than one." Chapter 1004. Yu Wushuang was stunned on the spot when she heard Oblivion Maiden. She has killed saints? And she has killed many? Who is she? Yu Wushuang gazed at Qing and shouted anxiously, "Senior, stop her." Regardless of who Oblivion Maiden was, Shed dared to go face Yang Yi even when she knew that he possessed the strength to kill saints. That represented that she was definitely confident in her own strength. Moreover, Yang Yi had just undergone fierce battles with two saints in succession. So, regardless of whether it was his physical strength or profound energy, they were definitely at a weak state. So, Shed decisively chosen to ask Qing to stop Oblivion Maiden as a precaution. Qing's gaze had descended onto Oblivion Maiden at the instant that Oblivion Maiden had started to walk towards Yang Yi. Qing hesitated for a moment when she heard Yu Wushuang, and then she flicked a ray of light towards Oblivion Maiden. Oblivion Maiden's face remained calm when she noticed that ray of light shooting towards her, and she held the fox in her left arm as she lightly tapped her right index finger against the ray of light. It was like time was frozen when Oblivion Maiden's finger touched the ray of light, and then a moment of silence ensued before the ray of light vanished without making a single sound. It was like it had never existed. Qing's pupils constricted, and there was fear and shock in her eyes. The mysterious energy that Oblivion Maiden possessed felt extremely dangerous to Qing. Oblivion Maiden paid no attention to Qing, and she just continued walking step by step towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's Saint Realm sword servant, Li Yun, suddenly shot towards Oblivion Maiden. In the beginning, Li Yun was extremely quick to the point that Yu Wushuang and the others couldn't even see him clearly. However, it didn't take long for him to slow down, and he was growing slower and slower. When he arrived in front of Oblivion Maiden, it seemed like he'd fallen into a swamp and found it difficult to even take a step forward. After that, Oblivion Maiden didn't even seem to have done anything, but Li Yun actually started to decompose and vanish into thin air. Everyone here was astounded by the sight of that. She was telling the truth. Yu Wushuang's eyes were filled with astonishment as she watched Li Yun vanish without a trace. Yu Wushuang had thought that Oblivion Maiden had been exaggerating when she said that she'd killed many saints in the past, but the truth was that Oblivion Maiden really possessed the ability to kill saints, and it was with such ease. Qing's eyes narrowed when she saw Oblivion Maiden kill Li Yun with such ease, and there was shock in her eyes. She hadn't expected that there was another half-saint besides Yang Yi in Pine Prefecture who could kill a saint. Moreover, it was even done with such ease. Who exactly is that woman? When she saw Oblivion Maiden continuing towards Yang Yi, Qing pondered deeply for an instant and was about to attack. However, Yang Yi appeared in front of her, and he shook his head in her direction. Qing glanced at him and stopped. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Oblivion Maiden, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Even though Li Yun wasn't a true saint, he was extremely strong. But Oblivion Maiden had actually killed him with such ease. Even Yang Yi couldn't accomplish that without his divine rank treasures. However, Oblivion Maiden hadn't just been able to accomplish that, she'd accomplished it with such ease. A formidable enemy. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, "You are the one who was looking for me?" She nodded. "For a very long time." Yang Yi asked, "You're here to kill me?" She nodded again. Yang Yi asked, "Is there a reason?" She raised her head to look at him before she spoke. "I'm from the Nether Pavilion." The Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed when he heard her. He knew that the Nether Pavilion would definitely dispatch its forces to kill him after he killed those 13 members of the Nether Pavilion and Yu Wuing, but had never expected it to dispatch someone so quickly. Moreover, it was actually someone who possessed a status similar to Nether Maiden. Oblivion Maiden suddenly started walking towards Yang Yi as she spoke. "You killed Shadow Maiden, who hadn't awakened yet. So, you have to die. Can you give me a moment first?" Yang Yi suddenly spoke before withdrawing another violet crystal and swallowing it. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi, pondered deeply for an instant, and then said, "Ali wants to go home. However, I can wait if you promise me that you won't run." "I definitely won't run," Yang Yi guaranteed. "I just want to ask you a few things." She replied, "Go ahead." "Is the Nether Pavilion very strong?" asked Yang Yi. He's always been very curious about that mysterious power called the Nether Pavilion. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about it. Now that Head encountered a core member of it, he naturally refused to let go of such an opportunity to ask about it. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "It is." Yang Yi asked, "How stronger is it when compared to Sky Divine Hall?" She spoke calmly. "It can be destroyed in an instant." The corners of his mouth twitched. "I've brought quite the calamity upon myself." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I remember that the Nether Pavilion has 10 pavilions. In other words, it has 10 pavilion masters. How is your strength ranked amongst them?" She lowered her head slightly, and a long time passed before she said, "The 9th. Are you joking?" Yang Yi cried out involuntarily and said, "You are so strong, yet you're only ranked at the 9th position? Are you trying to scare me?" She spoke softly. "There are so many there who are stronger than me." Yang Yi gulped because she didn't seem to be lying. In other words, the Nether Pavilion had dispatched one of its weakest members. But that weakest member could kill saints. Just thinking about it caused the corners of Yang Ye's mouth to twitch. This really is quite a calamity. Actually, you're not bad. She glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. At the very least, I would definitely be unable to catch up to you if you are to flee. Yang Ye's face darkened. Are you praising me or insulting me? She asked. Do you have any other questions? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, Who's the strongest amongst the 10 of you? She replied, The legendary Sky Maiden. Yang Yi asked, Why is she the strongest? Oblivion Maiden gazed at him and spoke calmly. She feeds on the eye of the heaven Tao. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. She feeds on the eye of the heaven Tao? In other words, she can eat it? Is that a joke? Right when Yang Yi was about to ask another question, she said, You can only ask one last question. Yang Yi glanced at her, pondered deeply for a moment, and said, Do you know Nether Maiden? She frowned slightly. How do you know her? Looks like you do know her. Yang Yi continued, Can you tell me about her? Oblivion Maiden said, I don't like her. Yang Yi was quite surprised. Why? She likes to fight. Oblivion Maiden spoke in a low voice. She fights all day and night. Yang Yi was speechless. Oblivion Maiden started walking towards Yang Yi. All right, I'm going to kill you now. One last question. Yang Yi said, Are you confident in your ability to kill me? She was puzzled. You aren't very strong, so why wouldn't I? The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. Is she naive, or is she trying to infuriate me on purpose? Yang Yi stopped allowing his thoughts to run wild and took a short breath. At this moment, had almost recovered completely under the help of the violet crystal he consumed. Even though he wasn't at his peak, he felt that he should be able to fight her. Slash! Yang Yi suddenly roared furiously, and yellow swings shot swiftly towards her. A brilliant ray of sword energy tore through space and instantly arrived before her. However, a strange scene appeared there. The sword energy actually started to split apart at an alarming speed upon arriving in front of her, and it only took an instant for it to vanish completely. Yang Ye's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. After all, his sword energy was enhanced by void rank sword intent. What energy is she using? Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden took a step forward, and then she instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi before tapping her finger in his direction. It was an extremely ordinary tap that didn't carry any fluctuations of energy. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally didn't dare act carelessly or underestimate her attack. He immediately waved his right hand, and the dimensional cube flashed out and instantly enveloped her. At this moment, the space within the dimensional cube instantly warped and overlapped, and it seemed to be about to fold and warp her figure. However, Nether Maiden's face was calm as she swiftly pressed her palms forward. Crack, crack. The warped space around her instantly started to decompose, and only a moment passed before it had been transformed into tens of thousands of pieces. After that, those pieces were decomposed again, and they became hundreds of thousands of pieces, then they vanished. It wasn't just the space there which had vanished. Even Yang Ye's dimensional cube, a divine rank treasure, had vanished as well. Yang Ye's expression became unprecedentedly solemn when he witnessed this scene. After all, the dimensional cube was a divine rank treasure, and it could even stop the attacks of saints. However, it couldn't resist a light attack from the woman. What exactly is that energy? Yang Yi held tightly onto Yellow Springs. Head intended to seize the opportunity to attack, but when he saw how easily Shed destroyed the dimensional cube, Yang Yi knew that even J-Drop and Yellow Springs wouldn't be able to stop that mysterious energy of hers. Perhaps only Heaven's gravestone could resist that mysterious energy of hers. Yang Yi asked solemnly, What is that energy? I don't know. She walked towards Yang Yi as she said, So long as it's material that I understand, then I can rearrange or decompose them. Yang Yi asked, Then what about material that you don't understand? I don't know. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already in front of Yang Yi, and she stretched out her hand and tapped a finger in Yang Ye's direction. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Come, let me see if you can decompose this. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he took a step forward and stretched out a finger towards her as well. A mysterious strand of energy was flickering on the tip of Yang Ye's finger. It was the laws of decay. Chapter 1005. Oblivion Maiden's strength was too terrifying and mysterious, so Yang Yi didn't dare to utilize his divine rank treasures against her. Because if he used his treasures to collide directly with the mysterious energy she controlled, then all his divine rank treasures would probably be destroyed. The dimensional cube was a divine rank treasure, but it hadn't even been able to resist her for a moment before being destroyed. Under such circumstances, had completely given up on utilizing divine rank treasures against her. As for his sword energy, it was completely useless against her. So, he used the laws of decay. The spectators watched as Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden's fingers touched. It didn't make a sound and was extremely calm. However, both their faces turned ghastly pale, and there was extremely shock in both their eyes. It didn't take long for the spectators to watch in horror as Yang Yi's fingers started to decompose. As for Oblivion Maiden's finger, it was aging swiftly. In an instant, her finger had shriveled up like the finger of an old woman, and it wasn't tender and white anymore. Moreover, it didn't just stop at her finger. Her arm was aging swiftly as well. Just like that, Yang Yi's hand was being decomposed incessantly, and it took less than 2 breaths of time for half his arm to vanish. As for Oblivion Maiden, her entire arm had shriveled up, and then it was blown away as dust by a gust of wind. She gazed at her arm that vanished with the wind, and there was no calm and composure left in her eyes anymore. There was only shock there now. It didn't take long for Oblivion Maiden's body to start aging, especially her face. It was aging rapidly at a visible speed. Yet she could only watch as she aged swiftly because she was helpless against this mysterious energy that Yang Yi wielded, because she couldn't find a trace of it, so she couldn't decompose it even if she wanted to. However, Yang Yi's situation wasn't any better. At this moment, his entire arm had been decomposed. Moreover, his shoulder had started to decompose as well. Head tried to suppress it with his sword intent, but even void rank sword intent couldn't stop his body from decomposing. At this moment, he was helpless just like Oblivion Maiden. He was helpless against that mysterious energy she utilized. They were going to perish together. 2 breaths of time later, Oblivion Maiden was old like an elderly woman. Her face was covered in wrinkles, and her eyes were lifeless. From the moment they attacked each mother until they were reduced to such a state, merely less than 3 breaths of time had passed. So, besides Qing, the others had no idea what had happened. Qing was horrified when she saw that Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden were about to take each other down with them, and she shot towards Oblivion Maiden. However, a pitch-black iron chain suddenly shot through the sky when she was about to arrive in front of Oblivion Maiden, and it shot swiftly towards Qing. Qing's expression changed as shed sensed the terrifying force it contained. She didn't dare act carelessly and immediately transformed into a huge green python, and then she shot into the sky and slammed against the iron chain. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then the others here watched as Qing's figure fell from the sky and crashed heavily against the ground, causing the surroundings to quake. All the spectators in the surroundings were shocked, and they looked up into the sky. However, Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden had vanished. Lu Weiner, who stood by Yu Wushuang's side, asked in a trembling tone, Will he be fine?" Even though she didn't know what had happened between Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden, Shed noticed that Yang Yi's arm was gone. Moreover, even half his face had vanished. Yu Wushuang clenched her fists tightly, and her hands were trembling. Quite some time passed before she finally took a deep breath, and then turned to look at the demon beasts in the surroundings. A wisp of ferocity surged onto her face. "Cultivators of Ocean of Cloud City, hear me! Kill all the demon beasts on Welkin Wolf Mountain Range." The strengths of the demon beast army actually surpassed Ocean of Cloud City, but the demon beasts had lost saints in succession, causing their morale to be blasted to rock bottom. Coupled with the fact that Welkin Wolf Demon King and the other saints weren't here, they had no will to fight at all. They only wanted to flee right now. As for the human cultivators, their will to fight and morale was at its peak. So, their imposing aura completely crushed the demon beasts. The army of demon beasts was steadily losing ground. At this moment, they'd been pushed into the mountain range. But the human army still showed no signs of stopping, but they didn't attack rashly as well. The human army was arranged in an orderly manner under Yu Wushuang's orders while they pushed into the mountain range. Suddenly, the Python clan and Steel Ape clan's forces retreated. Their retreat was undoubtedly like adding fuel to the flame. The strength of the Welkin Wolf clan was utterly incapable of resisting the joint forces of Ocean of Cloud City and the ancient sword school. So, the human army killed their way to Welkin Wolf City under Yu Wushuang's orders. An ocean of corpses was scattered throughout the ground behind them. Yu Wushuang stood outside Welkin Wolf City, while a human army of millions stood behind her. Some of them were the elites of the academy, and some were the elites of the ancient sword school. At this moment, all of them were filled with the will to fight. They were merely awaiting Yu Wushuang's orders to swarm forward, breach the city, and carry out a slaughter. At this moment, there was no one to manage the situation within Welkin Wolf City. Even though no one fled, they were still in disorder and chaos. Obviously, the human army merely had to enter the city and the Welkin Wolf clan would be history. Attack! Yu Wushuang's ghastly voice resounded. Kill! The army behind her charged towards the city. Stop! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from the sky, and then Welkin Wolf Demon King and the Black Dragon appeared in the sky above the city. At this moment, both of them were in human form. Welkin Wolf Demon King's face was ghastly pale while blood covered his entire body. Obviously, he was heavily injured. Yu Wushuang and the others stopped their attack because of Welkin Wolf Demon King's arrival. Welkin Wolf Demon King paid no attention to Yu Wushuang and the human army. He gazed at the Black Dragon and said, "Do you really intend to fight me to the death?" The Black Dragon spoke flatly, "You're no match for me." Welkin Wolf Demon King spoke ferociously, "What if I ignite my soul?" The Black Dragon's eyelids twitched slightly. Even though Welkin Wolf Demon King was no match for him, it wouldn't be the same if Welkin Wolf Demon King ignited his soul. Soul ignition was the ignition of one's potential and everything one possessed in order to obtain a temporary boost of strength. Under such circumstances, Welkin Wolf Demon King's strength would arrive at a terrifying level. If Welkin Wolf Demon King was even more resolute and detonated himself, then the Black Dragon might die here. Of course, if he was willing to pay a price, then he wouldn't have to fear Welkin Wolf Demon King's soul ignition and self-detonation. However, the problem was that paying such a price wasn't worth it to him. There was no enmity between him and Welkin Wolf Demon King. What if Yang Yi isn't the scion of your dragon clan? What would you do then? Welkin Wolf Demon King continued, "I know that he draconify himself, so he's definitely linked to your dragon clan. However, what if he isn't that scion which he says that he is? Wouldn't you have been used by him? But what if he is?" Suddenly, Yu Wushuang gazed at the Black Dragon and said, "Senior, just think about it. If he didn't have a close link to your dragon clan, then would an expert of your dragon clan allow a human cultivator to merge with his bloodline and obtain his inheritance? Moreover, if it wasn't willingly bestowed upon him by an expert of the dragon clan, then could a human forcefully seize the inheritance and bloodline of a supreme expert of the dragon clan?" The Black Dragon's brows were pressed tightly together. Actually, he didn't believe Yang Yi deep down in his heart. However, it was a fact that Yang Yi had inherited the ability to draconify himself and possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. That caused him to be extremely conflicted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a wave of explosions resounded from the sky, and then the Saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range and the Saints of Ocean of Clouds Academy appeared in the sky above Welkin Wolf City. Regardless of whether it was the Saints from Welkin Wolf Mountain Range or Ocean of Clouds Academy, they were severely injured, and they would definitely lose their companions in succession if they were to continue fighting. Welkin Wolf Demon King glanced at Yu Wushuang and the others, and then his gaze descended onto the Saints of the Academy in the end. "I admit that my Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has lost, and it has been utterly defeated. Let me just say this today. While we've lost, we will absolutely not surrender. If your academy wants to continue fighting, then we can. If worse comes to worse, We saints will ignite our souls and detonate ourselves to vanish from this world along with your academy." Instructor Joie and the others' expressions changed when they heard Welkin Wolf Demon King. If Welkin Wolf Demon King and the other four saints were to ignite their souls and detonate themselves, then it really was possible for them to take both Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Clouds City with them, because they could disregard the Eye of the Heaven Tao when they did that. After all, soul ignition represented that they wouldn't even have the chance to enter into the cycle of reincarnation, so why would they fear the Eye of the Heaven Tao? No one doubted Welkin Wolf Demon King, because his clan was about to be annihilated. So what else was he not capable of at a time like this? I'm not going to interfere in this nonsense. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon spoke abruptly. I'm returning to the Central Divine Prefecture to ask the Patriarch about the Scion of the Dragons. If Yang Yi was telling the truth, then I'll annihilate your Welkin Wolf clan myself. If he lied, then I'll kill everyone related to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon vanished into the sky. Welkin Wolf Demon King heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he gazed at Instructor Joie and the others. Shall we perish together? Instructor Joie's face was gloomy, and a long time passed before he suddenly gazed at Yu Wushuang. Where's Yang Yi? Yu Wushuang clenched her fists and said, someone took him away, but that person should have no ill intent towards him. Instructor Joie nodded, and then he looked at Welkin Wolf Demon King. Welkin Wolf Demon King, don't think that you can threaten us with soul ignition. The Dean has already ignited his soul and perished, so my academy will definitely not let the matter rest just like that. Yang Yi is the Dean of our academy now, so he'll decide if we continue fighting or stop. However, based on his character, you should prepare to ignite your souls at any moment. Don't worry, I'll ignite my soul with all of you. Welkin Wolf Demon King clenched his fists, and his face was gloomy and dark. Yu Wushuang glanced at Welkin Wolf Demon King, and then she said, Forces of the city, hear me. Stand of guard here, and be vigilant at all times. Well, wait for Welkin Wolf Demon King to ignite his soul. In the depths of a mountain range over 5,000 kilometers away from Ocean of Cloud City, Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden were lying on the ground. Yang Yi's face was still decomposing, but it was much slower than before. As for Oblivion Maiden's body, it was still aging as well, but similarly, the speed her body aged had slowed down. A woman in linen clothes stood before them, and she suddenly shouted, Reverse. Chapter 1006. As soon as the woman spoke, a shocking scene appeared. Yang Yi's decomposing body actually started to heal. Even though it was quite slow, he was recovering. First, his face started to slowly return to normal. Next, his arm appeared slowly as well. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden, who laid by Yang Yi's side, was recovering as well. Her aged and withered body seemed like a withered tree that had gained new life, and she was slowly returning to normal. A long time passed before both Yang Yi and Oblivion Maiden returned to normal. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and he saw a familiar scene. Linen clothes, bare feet, and a body which had a black chain coiled around it. It's you, said Yang Yi. Even though the person had her back towards him, how could he not recognize the person who stood before him? Because she was Nether Maiden, who he knew on Profounder Continent. Quite some time passed before Nether Maiden spoke. Long time no see. Yang Yi stood up and walked towards her. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden suddenly said, Don't come over here. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he was puzzled. Why? She fell silent for a long time before she said, I don't want you to see how I look right now. A bad feeling arose in Yang Yi's heart. His figure flashed over and appeared before Nether Maiden. He was stunned upon laying eyes on her. She's Nether Maiden? At this moment, Nether Maiden seemed like how Oblivion Maiden had been before this. Besides her eyes that were still sharp and full of spirit as they had been, her face had aged like an old woman who was about to enter the coffin. Nether Maiden asked, Do I look very ugly? You. Yang Yi was astounded. What happened to you? We were the cause. Suddenly, Oblivion Maiden said, She hasn't fully grasped the ability to reverse the future, but she forcefully utilized it for the sake of reversing the energy of your laws and my special ability. The price she paid for that was her lifespan. Now, she has less than a year left to live. She'll perish if she can't attain the Saint Realm in a year. When she spoke up to this point, Oblivion Maiden walked over to Nether Maiden, and she looked Nether Maiden in the eyes. I don't understand why you did this. Yang Yes' pupils constricted, and he gazed at Nether Maiden and said, Is she telling the truth? Nether Maiden fell silent for a long time before she said, It isn't so difficult to attain the Saint Realm. She gazed at Oblivion Maiden and continued, I have something to discuss with him in private. So, leave for a while, all right? Oblivion Maiden said, The order I received is to kill him. Nether Maiden looked Oblivion Maiden in the eyes and said, Killing you is absolutely easy if we join forces. Oblivion Maiden's eyelids twitched slightly. You dare to betray the Nether Pavilion? Nether Maiden replied, Yang Yi is an insignificant existence to the Nether Pavilion. The sect master and those other two seniors haven't taken his existence seriously at all. The reason they sent you is merely to deter the cultivators of Pine Prefecture. So long as you head back and report that the assignment is complete, then this matter will be forgotten, right? Oblivion Maiden said, Why would I do that? If you don't, then you and that fox in your arms will die. Nether Maiden stared fixedly at Oblivion Maiden, and she didn't conceal the killing intent in her eyes. Don't you dare. Oblivion Maiden held tightly onto the fox, and killing intent surged into her eyes as well. Nether Maiden said, Do you want to give it a try? Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden stared at each other for a long time. In the end, Oblivion Maiden withdrew her gaze and said, You saved my life, so I owe you. Now, I don't owe you anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. It didn't take long for her to vanish from their fields of vision. After Oblivion Maiden left, Yang Yi was about to speak, but Nether Maiden suddenly gazed at him. Do you think that you are very strong? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden just stared at Yang Yi without blinking, and she said, Do you know what you are to the Nether Pavilion? You're an ant, a true ant. If they want to kill you, then even the joint forces of all the powers throughout Pine Prefecture won't be able to save you. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Then are you saying that only they can do the killing, and I can't fight back? Nether Maiden glanced at him with slight disappointment. ID thought that your character would change upon arriving at the Radiant Dimension, but you're still the same. Let me ask you what would happen to you if I didn't come here today? You would die. Even if you killed Oblivion Maiden, you would die as well. Because once you kill her, then the Nether Pavilion will definitely be shocked. At that time, they'll dispatch experts that you can't resist at all. You're very strong in the eyes of many right now, but you're similarly very weak in the eyes of many. Understand? When she spoke up to this point, Nether Maiden closed her eyes. Yang Yi, even if you refuse to do it for yourself, you still have to think for the sake of your women. What would happen to them if you died? Yang Yi clenched his fists and remained silent. Nether Maiden continued, You can act as you please, but it must be done on the foundation of absolute strength. You can kill members of the Nether Pavilion as well, but why did you have to do it openly? Do you realize that if you did it in the Central Divine Prefecture, then you would have died 100 times by now? It wouldn't just be you who died. Everyone else close to you would be implicated and killed because of you. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, I was impulsive, and I underestimated the geniuses and powers of the Central Divine Prefecture. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Nether Maiden glanced at him and spoke softly. This is the Radiant Dimension, and it's completely different from Profounder Continent. There aren't just countless saints here, there are even existences above the Saint Realm. Besides that, there are numerous guests from outside this world. We're just a drop in the universe, and there are too many who are more outstanding and stronger than us. You absolutely can't kill members of the Nether Pavilion in public, because it might bring a calamity down upon you, and it'll even cause the deaths of many people who you care about. I'm still too weak. Yang Yi clenched his fist slowly. He knew that Nether Maiden wasn't wrong at all. He had no knowledge of the Nether Pavilion's true strength, but someone it sent just like that was so formidable. So, it was obvious how terrifying the Nether Pavilion's true strength was. Just as Nether Maiden had said, if they really did dispatch an extraordinary expert for him, then what would he do? What would the Academy, the sword school, Yu Wushuang, and the others do then. Not to mention an extraordinary expert, the consequences would have been unimaginable if Nether Maiden hadn't rushed over here today. Even then, had made Nether Maiden pay such a heavy price. The Radiant Dimension is a unique place. It doesn't just house the extraordinary geniuses from countless lower dimensions. There are the extraordinary geniuses of the Radiant Dimension itself and visitors from outer space. They are from various different worlds and even stellar regions. Every single one of them is a genius. There's no such thing as the strongest in the Radiant Dimension, because there's always someone stronger. Even an existence as strong as the Nether Pavilion doesn't dare to act as it pleases in the Central Divine Prefecture. Nether Maiden continued, yet you have no backing or strength. So, if you still maintain such a character when you head to the Central Divine Prefecture, then you'll drag down everyone you know. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, no matter what, I have to thank you for your help this time. Don't worry, I'll be careful from now on. She glanced at him, pondered deeply for a moment, and then said, Lu Yuanhao is at the Central Divine Prefecture. That man from the Lu clan who came looking for you before this should have been sent here by him. Even though Lu Yuanhao is only the patriarch of a branch family in the Lu clan, you can't underestimate him at all. The Lu clan is one of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, and their strength isn't something you can go against at all. Lu Yuanhao. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed when he heard this name, because Lu Yuanhao knew that he had the tiny vortex. If Lu Yuanhao exposed the fact that he possessed the tiny vortex, then Yang Yi had no doubt that both the Nether Pavilion and White Deer Academy would come looking for him. At that time, it would truly be impossible for him to escape death. However, Yang Yi felt that Lu Yuanhao would probably not expose such knowledge, because once he did, then Lu Yuanhao would definitely have no chance to obtain the tiny vortex. If he wanted to obtain the tiny vortex, then he had to help Yang Yi keep his secret. Of course, in that way, Lu Yuanhao had a way to threaten him. But it wasn't a huge problem, because he wasn't completely helpless when facing Saints now. So long as Lu Yuanhao was selfish and wanted to take the tiny vortex for himself, then Yang Yi felt that he wouldn't be in danger in the near future. In short, he had to become strong, much stronger than he was right now. The battle he had with Oblivion Maiden allowed him to realize that he was actually still very weak. Of course, he was extremely strong when compared to some, and he was strong to the point they could only look up to him. However, if he were to be compared with some geniuses like Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden, then he could only be considered as being not bad. He naturally wouldn't compare himself with those who were weaker to him. If he was going to compare himself to someone, he intended to compare himself to those who were more outstanding than him, because only then could he become more and more outstanding. If he were to compare himself to those who were weaker to him, then it would definitely make him become conceited and satisfied with his current accomplishments, and he wouldn't be able to improve anymore. I'm leaving. Good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't even give Yang Yi a chance to speak before she flickered off into the distance and vanished from his field of vision. Yang Yi shouted, Your lifespan. Nether Maiden's voice came from far away. Just take care of yourself. Yang Yi was speechless. Welcome Wolf Peak. A day had passed, but the forces on the side of Ocean of Clouds Academy were still waiting. Instructor Zhua and the other saints from the academy were standing in confrontation with Welkin Wolf Demon King's group in midair. Meanwhile, the human army was standing in confrontation with the army of demon beasts. All of them were waiting for Yang Yi to arrive. The atmosphere here was heavy and tense, and a battle might break out at any moment. Suddenly, a white-robed old man appeared in the sky. It was an expert of Sky Divine Hall. The white-robed old man glanced at Instructor Zhua's group, and then he said, Since it has come to this, I won't waste my breath. If both of you continue fighting, then it'll definitely end in destruction for both of you. So, my Sky Divine Hall suggests that you make peace. What do you think? Make peace? Instructor Zhua laughed coldly. Your Sky Divine Hall really is amazing. Earlier, you were helping Welkin Wolf Mountain Range destroy my academy. Yet now that you've failed, you're here to be a mediator? How laughable. My Sky Divine Hall won't allow the destruction of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. The white-robed old man glanced indifferently at Instructor Zhua and said, You have to realize that I'm not discussing the matter with all of you. You have no choice but to make peace. Otherwise what? Suddenly, a voice resounded. Everyone here was shocked and turned to look towards the source of the voice. They saw that Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in the distance. Chapter 1007. The forces from Ocean of Clouds Academy and Ocean of Clouds City instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi alive. Especially Yu Wushuang and Lu Weiner. Their bodies felt weak, and they almost fell to the ground. They could be said to have been tense at all times while Yang Yi had gone missing, and their tense hearts had finally relaxed when they saw that Yang Yi was fine. Instructor Zhua and the others heaved sighs of relief as well. After Shang Yunxi ignited his soul and detonated himself, Yang Yi could be said to be the Academy's hope. If even he suffered a mishap, then the Academy would be doomed. Fortunately, Yang Yi was still alive. Welkin Wolf Mountain King's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw Yang Yi. He felt both hatred and fear for Yang Yi, and it could be said that if it wasn't for Yang Yi, then the Welkin Wolf clan would have conquered Ocean of Cloud City a long time ago. Besides that, the Welkin Wolf clan wouldn't have lost so many members if it wasn't for Yang Yi. Moreover, he wouldn't have lost his children and wife as well. Now, the Welkin Wolf clan was heavily injured, and it couldn't be considered a platinum rank power anymore. Moreover, if it didn't obtain any fortuitous encounters in the future, then it was very likely for the Welkin Wolf clan to suffer a continuous decline until it hit rock bottom. It was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause it to be swallowed by another clan of demon beasts and become that clan's subordinate. Yang Yi could be said to be the reason that the Welkin Wolf clan had fallen to such a state. Since Head attained the Saint Realm, Head never had such a strong desire to kill someone. But at the same time, he had a trace of fear towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's strength and natural talent could really be described as terrifying. Of course, what he feared the most was Yang Yi's character. Yang Yi was too insane, too ruthless, and acted as he pleased. Just like this very moment. If Yang Yi were to really go mad and intend to fight Welkin Wolf Mountain Range to the death, it made Welkin Wolf Demon King wonder if he would really have to ignite his soul and detonate himself. He was confident that Instructor Zhua and the others would absolutely not be resolved to die alongside Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, but he didn't have the slightest shred of confidence when facing Yang Yi. Because once that fellow went mad, then he was simply capable of anything. Yang Yi paid no attention to the others here. He just walked over towards the old man, and he spoke while he walked. "Come, tell me what will happen." The white-robed old man gazed at him for quite some time before he said, "You are Yang Yi." Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, "Old man, you have to realize that this is the South, and it's the territory of Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword School. It isn't your Sky Divine Hall's territory. My academy has no need to take your Sky Divine Hall into consideration when it acts here. Understand?" The white-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "Do you really think my Sky Divine Hall wouldn't dare to destroy your academy? Based on the current state that Ocean of Clouds Academy is in, it wouldn't be difficult at all for your Sky Divine Hall to crush it by dispatching all the saints within Sky Divine Hall." Yang Yi continued, "But would you dare to? Sky Divine Hall isn't the only power in the north, and there's the Endless Devil Sect as well. The reason that the Endless Devil Sect hasn't attacked while you interfered in the south was probably because of those fellows from the Central Divine Prefecture. But now that they are either dead or have fled, would the Endless Devil Sect still fear them?" Yang Yi laughed coldly when he spoke up to this point. "Would your Sky Divine Hall dare to disregard the Endless Devil Sect once you've lost the support of those fellows from the Central Divine Prefecture?" The white-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "So long as we are willing to pay a certain price, then destroying your academy wouldn't be difficult at all." Yang Yi replied, "Then allow me to tell you right now. We won't make peace. So, you can pay that price now." The white-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he gazed at Instructor Zhua. Instructor Zhua spoke coldly. "He's the dean of the academy now, so he makes the decisions." The white-robed old man's face turned gloomy. "Are you really that desperate to be annihilated?" At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly glanced at Qing and said, "Protect Wushuang and Weiner." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Wu Shuang and continued. Remember that if Welkin Wolf Demon King dares to attack, then immediately order our forces to attack Welkin Wolf City. Slaughter every living being in the city once you breach it. Don't leave anyone alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and yellow springs appeared in his grasp. After that, he transformed into a ray of brilliant light that shot towards the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man and Welkin Wolf Demon King's faces changed when they saw Yang Yi attack. It wasn't too shocking for Welkin Wolf Demon King because he had quite a good understanding of that madman, Yang Yi's character. When he heard the white-robed old man threaten Yang Yi repeatedly, he knew that madman would definitely attack. Sure enough, it was as had expected. However, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually threaten him with Welkin Wolf City. Should I attack or should I not? Welkin Wolf Demon King was quite conflicted. If he attacked, then Yang Yi would definitely do as head said. At that time, unless he ignited his soul and detonated himself, the demon beasts in the city would definitely be annihilated. Because the forces of Welkin Wolf City were far inferior to the human army now. But if he didn't attack, then how would he face Sky Divine Hall? Welkin Wolf Demon King pondered deeply for a long time, and he decided not to attack in the end. Because the white-robed old man was a saint at any rate, but Yang Yi was only a half-saint. So, there was really no need for him to lend a hand. Besides that, it was pointless even if he did. Because once he did try to do anything, Instructor Zhua and the others would definitely attack as well. At that time, things would have truly gone out of hand. Yang Yi was a madman, but he was no madman. The white-robed old man was shocked when Yang Yi attacked because he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to attack him. After all, Yang Yi was just a half-saint. He wouldn't be surprised if he spoke to Elder Imo Hood, just returned to Sky Divine Hall before he left. Unfortunately, he hadn't. So, he was utterly unaware that Yang Yi had already killed a saint. The white-robed old man's face fell, and he was about to attack, but his eyes suddenly opened wide while his hairs stood on end. Because Yang Yi's speed had suddenly risen by more than 10 times. Bang! The white-robed old man swiftly slapped his palms forward at the critical moment, and a terrifying aura and wave of fiery red energy surged out from within him like the tide before instantly enveloping both Yang Yi and his attack. Yu Wushuang and the others' expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and she clenched her fists tightly while worry filled her eyes. OM! Suddenly, numerous sword howls resounded in the sky as rays of light flashed incessantly through the fiery red wave of energy. Every single ray of light would slice open a gap within the wave of energy, and it only took a few breaths of time for the wave of energy to be sliced into bits. Slash! Yang Yi's furious howl resounded in the sky, and then a ray of sword energy tore through the sky and descended towards the old man. Moreover, the powerful force it carried caused cracks to start appearing in the space behind the old man. There was shock in the old man's eyes because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually be so strong. Not only was Yang Yi's sword intent at the void rank, Yang Yi even possessed the laws of speed. Most importantly, Yang Yi was covered in divine rank treasures. This made his battle with Yang Yi extremely aggrieving. Because Yang Yi could completely disregard his defenses in battle while wearing divine rank armor, and Yang Yi fought with the intent of suffering a blow from him in order to land one on him as well. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword had arrived before the old man, so he didn't have the time to think. He waved his right hand, and a black wheel flashed forward and slammed against Yang Yi's sword. OM! A sharp and ear-piercing explosion resounded from the point of collision, and then the low-grade divine rank wheel actually started to crack apart. The old man's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and he was about to summon the black wheel back to him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his sword and struck the wheel, and an explosion resounded as the black wheel was blasted back to the old man. At this moment, the black wheel was covered in cracks, and it seemed like it would shatter at any moment. The white-robed old man's heart simply felt like it was bleeding. Die! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, he took yellow springs in both hands and swung it at the old man. Presently, he didn't have to rely on surprise attacks to fight saints. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi launch another attack at him, and he unfurled his fist and swung it lightly in Yang Yi's direction. Dark blue flames instantly appeared on his palm and swept towards Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's figure stopped on the spot because his sword had been obstructed by the old man's flaming palm. Moreover, a wave of energy erupted from the point of collision and instantly swept throughout the sky. Die! The old man roared with rage, and the flames on his palm instantly raged and transformed into an ocean of flames that enveloped the entire sky. Suddenly, a myriad of rays of light erupted from within the ocean of flames, and they minced the ocean of flames into bits. Ah! A shrill cry resounded from within the ocean of flames. It was the white-robed old man's voice. Welkin Wolf Demon King and the others revealed grim expressions, and they were ready to act at any moment. Even though they didn't want to go down with Ocean of Clouds Academy, they would be offending Sky Divine Hall if they didn't lend a hand at such a moment. Presently, Welkin Wolf Mountain Range truly couldn't afford to offend a colossus like Sky Divine Hall. The profound energy within Instructor Joie and the others surged as well, and they were ready to act at any moment. Meanwhile, the ocean of flames in the sky vanished, and rays of light were still crisscrossing through the sky. Every single ray of light was capable of slicing space apart with ease, and it was a truly horrifying sight. At this moment, they noticed to their shock that the white-robed old man had lost an arm. Moreover, besides his vital points, every other place throughout his body was covered in extremely fine needle holes. Blood was surging out incessantly from within the old man. Bang! The old man was blasted over 500 m back by the impact from Yang Yi's sword. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when the old man suddenly turned around, tore space open there, and vanished before everyone's eyes. Head fled. At this moment, Welkin Wolf Demon King's face was unsightly to the extreme. After all, had never imagined that a saint of Sky Divine Hall would have actually fled as well. The old man had even discarded his dignity as a saint. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, but he wasn't very surprised, because his equipment had caused the old man to be almost constantly on the defensive since the battle between them began. If he didn't choose to flee under such circumstances, then the old man would have no choice but to wait for death to arrive. Unfortunately, the old man was too fast, so it was impossible for Yang Yi to go after the old man. Yang Yi shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and then gazed at Welkin Wolf Demon King. He raised his right hand slowly as if he was about to attack. Welkin Wolf Demon King and the others clenched their fists tightly when they witnessed this scene, and there was even a wisp of viciousness and resolve in Welkin Wolf Demon King's eyes. Because he knew Yang Yi's character well, so he didn't hesitate at all. He started to emanate threads of flames from within him, and he was about to ignite his soul. Instructor Joie and the others gazed at Yang Yi with solemn expressions on their faces. Is that kid going to do it for real? Suddenly, Yang Yi said, Welkin Wolf Demon King, why are you getting so tense? I was just wiping off my sweat. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and wiped off the sweat on his face. Everyone here was rendered speechless by this scene. Chapter 1008. He was just wiping off his sweat? Instructor Joie and the others were quite stunned when they heard him, and then they heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. If Yang Yi really were to attack in such a situation, then Welkin Wolf Demon King and the others would definitely ignite their souls. At that time, Instructor Joie and the others would definitely have no choice but to ignite their souls against Welkin Wolf Demon King and the other saints of the Welkin Wolf clan. So, Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Welkin Wolf clan would truly be perishing together once that happened. Even though they didn't fear igniting their souls and were prepared to do so, their sacrifice would be meaningless under such circumstances. Because once 8 saints were to ignite their souls and fight to the death, then both the Welkin Wolf clan and Ocean of Clouds Academy's forces wouldn't be able to survive. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't disappoint them, and he didn't act impulsively at a time like this. Welkin Wolf Demon King heaved a sigh of relief as well. While he was ready to ignite his soul at any moment, he didn't want to do it if it was avoidable. It wasn't because he feared death. It was because he didn't want his Welkin Wolf clan to vanish from Pine Prefecture. Fortunately, that madman, Yang Yi, was still rational. The Welkin Wolf clan doesn't have to be annihilated, but I have 3 conditions. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Welkin Wolf Demon King and said, Condition number 1. The Welkin Wolf clan must compensate Ocean of Clouds Academy with 1 billion extreme-grade energy stones. The second condition, the Welkin Wolf clan must leave Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. The third and final condition, you, Welkin Wolf Demon King, must swear on your soul that you won't go against Ocean of Clouds Academy from today onwards. Agree, and your clan can survive. Refuse, and your clan will perish. You're going too far. Ferocity instantly covered Welkin Wolf Demon King's face. Yang Yi, don't you think that my Welkin Wolf clan fears you? If you force us to a corner, then we'll just take you down with us. Yang Yi stared Welkin Wolf Demon King in the eyes. Then you can ignite your soul right now. Welkin Wolf Demon King's face was horrifyingly fierce. The energy within him was surging madly, and he seemed like he would explode at any moment. Should he take Ocean of Clouds Academy down with him, or should he agree to Yang Yi's conditions? Welkin Wolf Demon King was conflicted. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly walked over to Yang Yi's side. She gazed at Welkin Wolf Mountain King's side and said, Welkin Wolf Mountain Wing, those conditions are actually not bad to your clan. ITLL just cause you to suffer some losses. If 1 billion extreme-grade energy stones are converted into inner cores, then while it's quite a large number to your Welkin Wolf clan, it isn't to the extent of making your clan go broke. As for the tuned condition, let me ask you something instead. With the current strength that your Welkin Wolf clan possesses, would you really dare to continue staying right outside our academy even if we didn't raise such a condition? Yu Wushuang paused for a moment when she spoke up to this point. As for the 3rd condition, let me ask you something. Welkin Wolf Demon King, would you really dare to act against our academy while your clan is in such a state? Welkin Wolf Demon King, let me be honest. Your clan has been abandoned. It has been used and abandoned. If I were you, I would leave. I would lead my clan to find another place to stay, avoid the wars in the prefecture, and recuperate. Your Welkin Wolf clan still has a chance to rise up again while you're still alive, but it would never be able to hold its head up high again if you're gone. Welkin Wolf Demon King's expression eased up slightly when he heard Yu Wushuang, but he was still visibly struggling to come to a decision. Yu Wushuang continued, Welkin Wolf Demon King, I know that you have the courage to ignite your soul, but have you thought about whether it's worth it? It isn't. It isn't worth it at all. Not only will you die, you'll take your entire clan with you. Doing that will only benefit the people who were using you, like Skydivine Hall, right? Welkin Wolf Demon King spoke in a low voice. This is our home. Yu Wushuang added, you can never hope of recuperating if you stay here, because we wouldn't allow it. It isn't just us. If those who used you refuse to let my academy survive, then they'll definitely come looking for you again and continue using you. At that time, would you dare to refuse with the current strength you possess? But if you don't refuse it, you'll be used again and made into cannon fodder, right? Welkin Wolf Mountain King fell silent. Yu Wushuang didn't speak another word. Both of them just fell silent. Regardless of whether it was Instructor Zhua and the others, or the demon beasts on Welkin Wolf Demon King's side, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Because whether they would fight until both sides are destroyed or stop fighting was entirely up to Welkin Wolf Demon King. The only person here who remained calm was Yang Yi. Actually, he really wanted to put an end to all future troubles. But it was clearly impossible because he had to consider the safety of everyone here. If he chose to fight, then countless would die because of his decision, and that included Instructor Zhua and the others. Moreover, Ocean of Clouds Academy really did need to recuperate, and that was why Head raised such conditions. He knew what his own flaws were, and he knew that he wasn't suited to be a leader, because a leader would consider too many things, and that was like a shackle to him. The heart of a sword cultivator shouldn't be shackled, but it couldn't be helped. He had to step forward and assume such responsibility right now. Moreover, until Ocean of Clouds Academy could find someone suitable, he had to continue holding this responsibility. Not for anything else, but for Shang Yunqi. Even though he didn't know why Shang Yunshi had ignited his soul and detonated himself so resolutely, Yang Yi knew that Ocean of Clouds Academy and he, Yang Yi, would have been destroyed if it wasn't for Shang Yunxi's sacrifice. After all, the arrival of 4 more saints was sufficient to obliterate their forces. Time passed slowly while the atmosphere here grew more and more oppressive to the point that it was suffocating. A long time passed before Welkin Wolf Demon King gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you're one. Actually, it had been a competition of ruthlessness. If he could allow himself to be that ruthless, then both sides would have been obliterated in battle. But the problem was that head loss to Yang Yi. To a certain extent, Yang Yi was forcing him to ignite his soul and detonate himself when Yang Yi raised those conditions. Why did Yang Yi dare to do that? Because Yang Yi was ruthless, and he was bold. Yang Yi was clearly aware that both sides would be obliterated if he and the others were to ignite their souls and detonate themselves. But Yang Yi still dared to be so overbearing. That was the most terrifying part about Yang Yi. If one tried to make it sound nice, then he was bold, ruthless, and daring. But if one were to be honest, he was a madman who ignored the consequences. But it just so happened that it made Welkin Wolf Demon King lose. Because he was still sensible and wasn't ruthless enough. Instructor Zhua and the others truly heaved sighs of relief when they heard Welkin Wolf Demon King. After all, Welkin Wolf Demon King's compromise means that both sides didn't have to perish together. Moreover, Ocean of Clouds Academy would obtain a huge amount of compensation in the Welkin Wolf clan's territory. Most importantly, the Academy would have no further threats residing in its vicinity from now on. Even then, everyone here wasn't able to arouse a shred of happiness within them, because Shang Yunshi was gone. Yang Yi, the day will come when you meet a miserable end. It'll definitely come. Welkin Wolf Demon King stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, all bloodthirsty people throughout the annals of history have never been able to live for long. 1 billion extreme-grade energy stones, not a single one less. If the Welkin Wolf clan still remains on this mountain range in 3 days from now, then I'll kill every single wolf I see. Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Welkin Wolf Demon King just gazed at where Yang Yi stood earlier for a long time. In the end, he turned around and vanished with the other saints. A day later, the mountain range quaked as countless wolves left. Meanwhile, Ocean of Cloud City was seething with excitement and cheers, and their voices shot into the sky. Ocean of Cloud City had won, and it represented that they could live. Most importantly, Yang Yi had promised that the Academy wouldn't take a single inner core from the dead demon beasts. Besides that, Yang Yi had given him a string of other promises, and they would be fulfilled as well. They weren't worried that Yang Yi would go back on his word because they had absolute faith in him. The city governor's estate of Ocean of Cloud City. Yu Wushuang spoke slowly within the hall. Welkin Wolf Demon King sent over 1 million inner cores to us. The weakest amongst them is at the Monarch realm, while there are over 10,000 at the Half-Saint realm. I've counted them and converted them to extreme-grade energy stones. They are valued at no less than 1 billion extreme-grade energy stones. Besides that, the wolves of the Welkin Wolf clan have started to leave since yesterday, and I assume that they'll be able to retreat completely by the morning. Yang Yi was seated on the seat of the host, and Instructor Zhua and the other saints were seated by Yang Yi's side. Shang Qingying was here as well. Yang Yi nodded lightly and said, Wushuang, you make arrangements for those inner cores, right? From now onwards, you and Miss Shang will be the vice deans of the Academy, and you'll manage all internal affairs of the Academy and city. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at Instructor Zhua and the others. Senior, what do all of you think? Instructor Zhua glanced at Yu Wushuang and Shang Qingying before he nodded lightly. Wushuang's very capable, and she's a suitable choice. As for little girl Shang, she knows the Academy very well. So, they'll definitely be able to manage the Academy and city well. He glanced at Yang Yi when he spoke up to this point and said, You're the dean now, so you're fully able to make all of these trivial decisions on your own. Yang Yi asked, Senior, do you think I'm suited to be the dean? Instructor Zhua shook his head lightly. You aren't? I understand what you're trying to say, but only you can truly save our Academy. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Instructors took a deep breath. Do you know why Brother Shang detonated himself? Yang Yi replied, That's exactly what puzzled me. Instructors explained solemnly. It was because those four were from White Deer Academy. Yang Yi frowned. White Deer Academy wants to crush our academy? Instructors shook his head and said, We would have ceased to exist if White Deer Academy wanted to destroy us. There are two factions in White Deer Academy, the Law faction and the Scholarly faction. The Law faction intends to govern the academy through laws, and everything in the academy would be done according to its rules. The Scholarly faction stresses upon benevolence, and it seeks to appeal to a person before considering the rules and laws. It's the Law faction which desires to crush our academy because the dean violated the rules of White Deer Academy all those years ago. In their opinion, his actions of establishing Ocean of Clouds Academy is like betrayal of White Deer Academy. Instructors paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and he spoke solemnly, But our academy has been able to exist until now because of the Scholarly faction. Because the Scholarly faction thinks that we should be given a chance, and it's the competition in White Deer Academy. So long as someone from our academy is able to be ranked in the top 10 of the competition, then we'll be allowed to return to the Central Divine Prefecture and belong to White Deer Academy. That was why the dean has been constantly sending students to participate in White Deer Academy's competition all these years, because we'll only be truly safe by returning to White Deer Academy. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Those fellows who came this time were from the Law faction, right? Instructors nodded. They suffered a loss this time, so they definitely won't let the matter rest. I presume that it won't take long for them to send someone else. Moreover, ITLL definitely be a supreme expert. Perhaps it might even be no less than 10 saints. Yang Yi spoke in an extremely serious manner. Can I quit? Chapter 1009. 10 saints. That was no joke. The academy only had 4 saints now, and all of them were heavily injured. Under such circumstances, the academy didn't have the slightest chance to win. In other words, he, the dean of the academy, might be killed at any moment. Instructors fell silent for a long time upon hearing Yang Yi, and then he said, You can quit if you want. Just tell it to Brother Shang. We won't object if he agrees. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and quite some time passed before he laughed bitterly. Fine, you win. But the situation we're facing now is really quite bad. Sky Divine Hall will definitely not spare us, and they'll definitely attack us if they have the chance. As for the Tao Order, ITLL definitely not let the matter rest because of me. Coupled with the Law faction of White Deer Academy, we can be said to be at risk of annihilation at any time. Instructors pondered deeply for a moment before he said, You're the dean, so you make the decisions. Yang Yi's face darkened. That damnable old man is being so shameless. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang spoke. Actually, we aren't in a hopeless situation yet. Yang Yi asked, What do you mean? She pondered deeply for a moment and said, The Law faction of White Deer Academy wants to crush us, and as those who oppose them, the Scholarly faction would definitely not allow them to succeed. If the Scholarly faction allowed it, then they wouldn't have snuck to Pine Prefecture and played such tricks. They would have openly dispatched experts to obliterate us. If you intend to rely on the Scholarly faction, then you can discard that thought. Instructors spoke solemnly. They are willing to give us a chance, but we haven't been able to grasp that opportunity throughout these years. So, many of them are actually disappointed in us, and they are so disappointed that they've stopped to pay attention to us. Moreover, they would definitely not act against the Law faction even if they knew that the Law faction had acted against us, because we have no value to them, nor is fighting the Law faction for us worth it to them. Senior, I've actually guessed all of that. Yu Wushuang continued. I'm not talking about relying on the Scholarly faction. At the very least, we can't rely on the Scholarly faction for now, nor are we able to. Instructors said, Be frank. Yu Wushuang nodded. The Endless Devil Sect and Sky Divine Hall are sworn enemies. However, its sworn enemy, the Endless Devil Sect, didn't show any signs of movement when a huge number of experts left Sky Divine Hall to attack us. Don't you think that it's strange? Yang Yi frowned. You're saying that the Endless Devil sect might have been warned not to do anything by the Law faction? It's not a possibility, it's certain. Yu Wushuang continued. Sky Divine Hall had dared to openly dispatch its elites here. That proved they were sure that the Endless Devil sect wouldn't dare to attack them. But they don't have the strength to make the Endless Devil sect dare not attack them. So, the only explanation is that the Law faction of White Deer Academy interfered. A grin curled up on the corners of Yu Wushuang's mouth when she spoke up to this point. Just think about it. If you were the Endless Devil sect, then would you be willing to accept that? I wouldn't. Instructor Zhua spoke solemnly. However, would they dare to fight back against the Law faction of White Deer Academy? Even though it doesn't represent the entirety of White Deer Academy, their strength still isn't something that a tiny sect like the Endless Devil sect can resist. Senior, you're absolutely right. Yu Wushuang smiled. However, if you were the sect master of the Endless Devil sect, would you just watch as Sky Divine Hall continued to grow stronger? Would you be willing to be controlled by the Law faction or even threatened by them? So long as there's unwillingness and resentment in their hearts, then we would have a chance. Instructor Zhua asked, to form an alliance with the Endless Devil sect? Yu Wushuang nodded and said, regardless of whether it's our academy or the Endless Devil sect, we're unable to resist the Law faction on our own. Not to mention that it has the Python clan, Steel Ape clan, and Sky Divine Hall obeying its commands. The only way to go against them is to join forces. In that way, we would still have a chance at survival. Instructors spoke in a low voice. Ill head to the Endless Devil sect. Yu Wushuang shook her head and said, we can't go to them. Instructor Zhua was puzzled. Why? She answered, because if we are to take the initiative, then we'll fall into a passive position while facing them. We have to wait for them to come looking for us. Instructors was said, what if they don't come? She spoke with absolute certainty. Unless the Endless Devil sect's master is good for nothing, they'll definitely send someone to meet us. Instructors gazed at her for a long time before he grinned. Little girl, you really aren't bad at all. She nodded slightly in a neither humble or proud manner. What about the Tao Order? Instructor Zhua continued. We killed one of their saints in Qing Daofu. Based on the way they do things, the Tao Order will definitely not let the matter rest. They have 3 choices. She answered solemnly. The first is to disregard everything and fight us to the death. The second choice is to let bygones be bygones, make peace with us, and work together once more. The third choice is to do nothing, wait for an opportunity, and strike a killing blow at a critical period. Instructors was said, they might choose the 3rd option. Yu Wushuang nodded in response. So, we absolutely can't give them a chance to do that. So long as we form an alliance with the Endless Devil sect and the Ancient Sword School, then they wouldn't dare act against us at all. Unless they choose to side with Sky Divine Hall. But we have no need to fear them even if they do side with Sky Divine Hall, because Sky Divine Hall is too far away from here. Coupled with the fact that we have the Endless Devil sect to help us, the Sky Divine Hall wouldn't be able to help them at all. Instructors would turn to look at Yang Yi and asked, what do you think? Yang Yi shook his head slightly and said, well, do as Wushuang said. Instructors nodded and said, then we'll wait for the Endless Devil sect's arrival. Before long, Instructor Zhua, Yu Wushuang, and the others left the hall, and only Yang Yi and Shang Qingying remained here. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time and said, I'm not really good at consoling others. All I want to say is that if you want to take revenge, then you have to work hard on becoming stronger. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Shang Qingying suddenly said, you'll be heading to the Central Divine Prefecture to participate in the competition, right? Yang Yi stopped and said, even though I don't feel any connection to the old man, I feel that White Deer Academy has to give us an explanation for his death. Yang Yi walked out of the hall once he finished speaking. Shang Qingying clenched her fists as she stood there in the hall, and a long time passed before she said, they have to give us an explanation. They must give me an explanation. After he returned to Cloud Ocean Pavilion, Yang Yi locked himself within his room. Qing and Hong were standing before him, and Hong was here because Head asked Qing to bring her here. Yang Yi glanced at Hong, and the latter glared at him before moving her gaze away. Obviously, she was still angry at him for not giving her a violet crystal that day. Yang Yi disregarded her and just looked directly at Qing. I can help her attain the Saint Realm, but I have the same conditions as before. She must help me 3 times. I don't like to negotiate. Agree, and he'll give her a violet crystal right now. Refuse, and she can leave right now. She agrees. Qing hurriedly said, Don't worry. Both she and I won't go back on our word. I can guarantee that. Yang Yi nodded and flicked a violet crystal over to Qing. Hong's gaze instantly descended upon it, and there was a trace of green in her eyes. Yang Yi suddenly asked, You're from the Python clan? Qing nodded and said, But don't worry, we have no connection to the Python clan anymore, because we've been expelled from the clan by its current patriarch. If it wasn't for that, we sisters wouldn't have gone to such a remote place to hide. Yang Yi was puzzled. Expelled? Why? Qing pondered deeply for a moment before she explained, My father was the past patriarch of the Python clan, but both of us hadn't attained the Saint Realm before he fell. It's utterly impossible for the Python clan to let a weakling assume the position of patriarch, so it was seized by my uncle Dado. Had intended to kill us sisters, but many saints in the clan used to be my father's subordinates, and they didn't allow him to do so. So, he didn't dare to kill us in the end and could only expel us. So that's what happened. Yang Yi nodded. He remained silent for a long time before he suddenly said, Do you want to take it back from your uncle? Both of them were slightly stunned, and then excitement surged within their eyes as Qing spoke in a trembling voice, You're willing to help us? If it was in the past, she would naturally not dare to hold any hopes. But now, Yang Yi was the dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy and a disciple of the ancient sword school. He had the backing of the saints from both powers. If the saints of both powers were included, then she did have the chance to reclaim control over the Python clan. I can try, said Yang Yi. If he were to help them reclaim power over the Python clan, then it would definitely be a good thing for the academy, because it would be equivalent to having one less formidable enemy and one more ally. Qing guaranteed, We'll definitely repay you if you help us. Yang Yi said, We'll talk about that in the future. The important matter at hand is for your sister to attain the Saint Realm. We'll have a higher chance at success once she has attained the Saint Realm as well. Qing nodded and said, You're right. It'll take her to cultivate and charge into the Saint Realm right now. Qing took Hong's hand and vanished on the spot. How impatient! Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he waved his right hand. Zhu Yuan's corpse appeared in front of him. A true Saint Realm sword servant. Yang Yi started to refine Zhu Yuan's corpse once he finished speaking. Chapter 10:10. What happened with Oblivion Maiden and Shang Yunxi caused Yang Yi to sense an unprecedented feeling of danger, especially what happened to Shang Yunxi. Even someone as strong as Shang Yunxi had no choice but to ignite his soul and detonate himself when facing White Deer Academy, and it clearly displayed how formidable White Deer Academy was. Besides that, there was the Nether Pavilion. Someone it casually sent had almost killed him. So would he even have a chance at survival if they acted a little more seriously? Everything that happened this time allowed Yang Yi to realize a fact, a very cruel fact. He was still very weak, extremely weak. It wasn't a problem if a person was weak. It was a problem if that person didn't realize his own weakness and even thought that he was extremely strong. Such a person would definitely not live for long. Yang Yi was naturally not a person like that. He had a very extreme character, but he wasn't obstinate. So long as there was a problem in him, and it was a bad problem, then he would be willing to work on it and change it. The strength of a single person was limited in the end, just like this very moment. Even if he attained the Saint Realm or the realm above it, he would absolutely be incapable of resisting the entire Sky Divine Hall, let alone White Deer Academy and the Nether Pavilion. If he wanted to go against Sky Divine Hall to rescue a Nanjing and Muhan's Han, then his only option was to form a power of his own or form an alliance between numerous powers. That was why Head suddenly changed his mind and intended to help Hong attain the Saint Realm, and it was also why Head agreed to help Qing and Hong retake control of the Python clan. He didn't just have to work hard on making himself stronger, he had to gather even more experts. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. After working arduously for an entire day and night without stop, Zhu Yuan had finally been refined into a sword servant. It was naturally difficult to refine a true Saint Realm sword servant. Fortunately, he had been able to persist through it. After he completed the refinement of Zhu Yuan's corpse, he started to cultivate like a madman. The half-saint realm was far insufficient to him, and he had to attain the saint realm as soon as possible. Once one attained the half-saint realm, every single advancement was definitely extremely difficult. But it wasn't that difficult for Yang Yi because he had Snowy. With Snowy there to help him, he didn't have to worry about profound energy at all, and under the condition that he had sufficient profound energy, charging into the ranks of mid-rank half-saints was much easier. Head thought about trying to access the primordial pagoda, but Head still failed. The primordial pagoda had absorbed an incalculable amount of spirit energy, but it still showed no signs of recovering. So, he had no choice but to give up in order to avoid wasting profound energy. Head thought that he only had to provide sufficient profound energy and the primordial pagoda would recover. Obviously, he was mistaken. What needed to be done to restore the primordial pagoda? That question had become the biggest problem that plagued Yang Yi. The primordial pagoda wasn't just related to the improvement of his strength Su Qingshi, and the others were within it as well. Even though he knew that they were safe in there, he still couldn't rest at ease while they stayed in there for extended periods. Even though he wanted to restore the primordial pagoda, he had no choice but to put it aside. Presently, the most important matter at hand was to work hard at improving his strength. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed by. Ocean of Cloud City had undergone tremendous changes during this period where Yang Yi had been in closed-door cultivation. Yang Yi had promised the residents of the city that so long as they stayed behind to defend the city, then the academy would protect their descendants and even start ordinary classes to nurture those descendants of theirs. Now, Yu Wushuang had established those ordinary classes throughout the city and academy, and there were over 1,000 of them. Moreover, they were still increasing in number. Countless students who didn't possess sufficient natural talent to earn a place in the academy were able to join the academy to learn, and they received the guidance of the instructors which were appointed by the academy. Perhaps many of them would still be unable to enter the actual academy, but many of them were still extremely satisfied with this, because they had a chance at the very least, and it was a form of hope to them. Moreover, the cultivation technique department, combat technique department, and various other parts of the academy which were only open to students of the academy were now open to all. Of course, there were conditions. They had to utilize their contribution points. The contribution points could be obtained through numerous methods like completing the assignments of the academy, exchanging treasures, and so on and so forth. In short, Ocean of Cloud City could be said to be truly under the academy's control now. Moreover, Yu Wushuang's string of plans and arrangements had caused the independent cultivators who were once incapable of cooperating with each other to gradually become united. Moreover, most of those independent cultivators had become members of the city guard that was directly under the academy's control. As for those independent cultivators and clans that didn't join the academy, there was still a web of relationships between them and the academy. To put it in simple terms, if the academy was gone, then everything they gained would be gone as well. So, at this moment, no one in the entire city would dare to disobey an order from the academy. Benefits. Yu Wushuang had utilized exactly that to bind everyone in the city with the academy. They would all rise together or die together. In the past, the academy stood high above, and countless people looked up to it. Yet now, the academy had fully assimilated itself with the world around it. In the beginning, there were naturally some who were unaccustomed to such a change, and they rejected it. But it didn't take long for these voices of objection to vanish, because Yu Wushuang had obtained Yang Yi's support. As Yang Yi had put it, everything Yu Wushuang did was what he wanted. Even though Yu Wushuang had monstrous abilities when it came to management and strategy, she was weak in the end. So, it was unavoidable for those with strength to look down on her. But once they heard Yang Yi, not a single person dared to look down on that young girl. Besides her own ability, there was another important reason, and it was that Yang Yi was standing behind her. In the hearts of everyone throughout the city and the academy, Yang Yi's influence and prestige could be said to have surpassed Instructor Zhua and the other saints. After all, He was the one SD half-saint in the history of Pine Prefecture that was able to kill a saint. In Yang Ye's room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while his aura grew stronger and stronger. In the beginning, his aura seeped out from within him and caused the entire room to tremble. But it didn't take long for it to gradually calm down. The violet mink and Snowy were in front of Yang Yi. Both the little fellows were staring at Yang Yi without blinking. They'd been accompanying Yang Yi as he cultivated throughout this period. The violet mink had intended to take Snowy outside with her, but Yang Yi had refused. Regardless of whether it was Zir or Snowy, it was truly too easy for them to bring trouble upon themselves. Especially Snowy, it was very likely for extremely serious problems to arise once she went outside. She was a sprite king. Moreover, she was one who could create violet crystals. If others were to find out about her, then it would cause inestimable amounts of trouble. Meanwhile, Snowy raised her claw and pointed it at Yang Yi, and then she started gesturing as if she was saying something. The violet mink shook her head and started doing the same. Just like that, the two little fellows were gesturing at each other in succession. One day later, huff, Yang Yi suddenly let out a huge breath of air and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, the violet mink flew over to his right shoulder and started rubbing her head incessantly against Yang Ye's face. Snowy hesitated for a moment, and then she flew over to Yang Ye's left shoulder, copied what the violet mink was doing, and started rubbing her head against Yang Ye's face. Slap! The violet mink suddenly raised her little claw and slapped Snowy on the head. Snowy raised her head to gaze at the violet mink, and she saw the violet mink glaring at her. After that, Zir pointed at Yang Yi, pointed at herself, and seemed to be saying that only she could do that. Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at the violet mink, and then nodded to the violet mink while the violet mink glared at her. However, she was still holding onto Yang Ye's neck, and even rubbed her head against his face a few times. Obviously, while Shed nodded, she didn't know what the violet mink really meant. The violet mink was furious when she witnessed this scene. She raised her claw and was about to smack Snowy on the head again. However, Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hands and took both of them in his arms. He kissed both the little fellows on their faces and smiled. "It's really nice to see both of you as soon as I open my eyes." He really liked such a calm life, but he knew that it wouldn't last. The violet mink's face instantly flushed red when Yang Yi kissed her, and she glared at him with embarrassment before transforming into a ray of violet light that entered the space between his upper garments. Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she copied what the violet mink had done. She glared at Yang Yi, and then transformed into a ray of white light that entered the space between his upper garments as well. It was naturally impossible for both of them to reside there, but the violet mink had opened up a small and mobile pocket of space there, and that was where she and Snowy usually resided. Yang Yi chuckled when he saw them enter the pocket of space there, and then he stood up and stretched his body. In an instant, cracking sounds resounded throughout his body. "I'm a mid-rank half-saint now, so the high rank of the half-saint realm isn't far away." Yang Yi grinned. After a month of bitter cultivation, Head finally advanced into the mid-rank of the half-saint realm. The improvement of his cultivation had brought great benefits to all aspects of his strength, especially the sword domain because its strength was entirely dependent on his own cultivation. Suddenly, a voice resounded from outside. "It's just the mid-rank of the half-saint realm. Stop thinking so highly of yourself. Come out here and let me see the once genius of our Pine Prefecture that was able to kill a saint while at the half-saint realm." Yang Ye's pupils constricted slightly when he heard this, because Head actually not noticed that someone was outside the door, and he still wasn't able to notice that person's presence. Based on that fellow's voice, it's a young man. Who is it? Lu Qianxiao? Chapter 10:11. Chapter 10:11 The Graveyard of Humans. There was a man leaning against the wall by the entrance of the courtyard, and his arms were wrapped around a violet halberd. He wore black clothes and had black hair, and both of them were fluttering freely with the wind while a faint smile hung on the corners of his mouth. His smile seemed quite charming. Yang Yi sized up the man and asked, "Lu Qianxiao?" The man sized up Yang Yi, And then the faint smile on his face grew wider. I never expected that another person in the half-saint realm capable of killing saints would have appeared in our prefecture. Not bad. Come, let me see how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, his halberd left his grasp and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. It couldn't be said to be very fast, and it should be called quite slow. But Yang Yi had the feeling that he couldn't avoid it and would definitely die. It was the halberd's aura, an imposing aura. Yang Yi had a solemn expression in his eyes. His sword had its aura as well when he attacked with it, and he knew how formidable such an aura was. However, he hadn't expected the man's aura to actually be strong to such an extent. It could be said that his aura wasn't weaker to quasi-void rank sword intent. Yang Yi didn't underestimate the man's attack. He took a step forward, and then yellow springs carried void rank sword intent as he tapped it lightly against the halberd. Clang! A sharp and ear-piercing sound of collision resounded as both the halberd and sword trembled violently. After that, the halberd was blasted back to the man's grasp, and he took 3 steps back while the limestone beneath his feet were instantly blasted into powder. As for Yang Yi, he'd take a single step back, and it didn't cause the slightest change to the ground beneath his feet. Void rank sword intent. There was a trace of solemnness on the man's face. You've truly surprised me. You actually comprehended a void rank intent. After all, even Lu Qianxiao and I haven't been able to do so. Of course, it doesn't represent that we would lose to you. In the end, intents are only auxiliary abilities. Yang Yi said, You're not Lu Qianxiao. The black-clothed man said, You might be dead if I were him. Is that so? Yang Yi neither agreed nor disagreed. If you aren't Lu Qianxiao, then you're the Endless Devil Sect's Void Lord, Xiwu Shan. Smart. Void Lord chuckled. I'm the number 2 genius of Pine Prefecture. What do you think? Don't you feel happy to have finally met me? You're much stronger than Weiner and the others. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. While had only exchanged a single blow with Xiwu Shan, Yang Yi knew that the other 3 top geniuses of the South, Lu Weiner included, were no match for him. Lu Qianxiao and I've gone to the Central Divine Prefecture. Xiwu Shan's smile gradually vanished. Only by going there will you realize how laughable the so-called geniuses of our prefecture are. Just like you. Your attainments in the Sword Dao are definitely the best amongst the younger generation of our prefecture, but you would probably be unable to even be ranked in the top 10 of the Central Divine Prefecture. Lu Qianxiao and I haven't been able to leave Qingdaofu and the others far behind because their natural talent is inferior. The problem lies in their mental state. How can a person who isn't able to discern his flaws and shortcomings be able to become a true expert? Yang Yi nodded and said, I really do agree with that. Let's not waste our time on that. Xiwu Shan waved his hand and said, I'm here on behalf of the Endless Devil Sect. My Endless Devil Sect has always been eager to help others. We're aware that you're being bullied by Sky Divine Hall, the Python clan, and the Steel Ape clan, and I've come here just to lend you a hand. Right. So long as you agree to making Ocean of Clouds Academy a subordinate of my Endless Devil Sect, then my Endless Devil Sect will protect your academy from now on. Thank you for the kind intentions. Yang Yi continued, however, we don't need anyone's protection. So, you can head back now. Xiwu Shan glanced at Yang Yi and said, Ocean of Clouds Academy only has 4 saints now, and it's only 5 even if that other saints who's helping you is included. But Sky Divine Hall, the Python clan, the Steel Ape clan, and the Dao Order aren't your only enemies. There are those people from the Central Divine Prefecture as well. To be honest, you'll have no chance to survive even if you join forces with the Ancient Sword School. If I really have no other choice, I'll just lead the academy to surrender to Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi continued, I think they will definitely not reject us. Xiwu Shan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he suddenly cracked a smile. I was kidding just now. Now, we can talk properly. We have a mutual enemy, so I think that we can have a proper discussion about it. Right? An equal alliance. Yang Yi looked Xiwu Shan in the eyes and said, Both sides will be of equal status. My request is just that simple. That's disadvantageous to my Endless Devil Sect. Xiwu Shan continued, even if the Ancient Sword School is included, your forces aren't as strong as ours, right? Yang Yi nodded and said, then let's do it like this. You'll just have to deal with Sky Divine Hall. We will deal with the Python clan and Steel Ape clan. As for the Central Divine Prefecture, well, join forces against them. All right? It still isn't fair, Xiwu Shan said. Your academy is the target of those fellows from the Central Divine Prefecture, and it isn't our endless devil sect. They've relied on the forces of Sky Divine Hall to deal with Ocean of Clouds Academy and the Ancient Sword Sect, so they definitely promised Sky Divine Hall something. No matter what it was, it'll definitely be disadvantageous to your Endless Devil sect. So, the moment they chose to join forces with Sky Divine Hall is the moment they became enemies with your Endless Devil sect, right? Said Yang Yi. While Xiwu Shan intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly interrupted him. I understand what you're trying to say, but what I want to say is that the current situation is already at its most dangerous moment. If we still continue making a fuss about every small detail, then only death will be waiting for us. But if we're able to win, then your Endless Devil sect will be the only human power throughout the North. Xiwu Shan said, You aren't going to encroach on the North? Yang Yi replied, I would be lying if I said that I didn't want to, but I know my own limits. Xiwu Shan gazed at him for a long time before he said, Then it's decided. Right, before I came here, I received news that Sky Divine Hall has dispatched some of its experts to the south in secret, and it's probably to capture that woman, Yu Wushuang, who possesses a unique physique. It wasn't related to my Endless Devil sect before this, but it is now. So, don't worry, those experts won't be able to arrive in the south. Yang Yi flicked a violet crystal over to Xiwu Shan and said, It's just a small token. Don't refuse it. Xiwu Shan took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and he said, You're really quite a good guy. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot. Yu Wushuang walked into the courtyard once Xiwu Shan left. Looks like Sky Divine Hall still refuses to give up on capturing me. Yang Yi replied, I don't intend to give up on destroying them as well. Yu Wushuang glanced at Yang Yi and said, You're always so confident. She withdrew a beast skin scroll and passed it to Yang Yi once she finished speaking. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's this? This is the map of the Zither of Love and the way to get there. It's not very complete, but it should be sufficient for you to get to the Zither of Love. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes as she continued. I know that you'll never be satisfied until you're allowed to give it a try, but you have to promise me that you'll come back right away if it's impossible. Promise me that you won't insist on carrying on when it's too dangerous. All right? Yang Yi gazed at the scroll for a long time, and then he stretched out his hand and rubbed Yu Wushuang's head. He smiled as he said, You're getting more and more smarter. The longer it was delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for Lu Weiner. So he was prepared to head to the Zither of Love and search for the fruit of creation once he emerged from his closed-door cultivation. But he hadn't expected that Yu Wushuang would have guessed his intentions and made preparations for him. Yu Wushuang spoke seriously. That demon king on Immortal Island is called Azura Queen, and she's the strongest and most mysterious amongst the 12 demon kings of Pine Prefecture. Because no one knows her true strength and background. All they know is that the entire ocean she rules over is extremely hostile to humans. She once said that she would annihilate everyone related to any human who dared to step foot into the Zither of Love. It's a forbidden area for humans. So, even if you're heading there, you can't do so openly. Yang Yi nodded and said, I have the laws of darkness and the sword domain. Even a saint can't notice my presence if I don't show myself. That's the reason why I dared to let you go. Yu Wushuang spoke softly. Of course, I don't want you to go right now, because your strength is still quite weak. But I know that you'll definitely be unhappy if I don't, and I can't stop you. Yang Yi smiled. Don't be worried. I'm just going to give it a try. They'll give up if it's truly too difficult. Yu Wushuang said, Remember that the Academy, Big Sister Weiner, and all of us will only have hope while you're alive. If you're dead, then you should be able to imagine what will happen to all of us. Yang Yi nodded solemnly. Yu Wushuang continued, They'll tell everyone you're in closed-door cultivation. You're the backbone of the Academy and city right now, and they'll only be at ease while you're here. Besides that, You don't have to say goodbye to big sister Wainer so that she doesn't start worrying about you. Yang Yi waved his right hand and Zhu Yuan appeared before Yu Wushuang. Help protect you and Wainer in secret once I've left. Don't refuse it because I'm not going to Immortal Island to fight anyone, so it's pointless for me to bring more help. Moreover, only by having a saint always there to protect you and Wainer would I truly be able to leave with my heart at ease. Yu Wushuang fell silent for a moment before she said, How long will it take you? Half a month at least, or a month at most. Yang Yi continued, You can send me a voice transmission if anything happens in the city. When he spoke up to this point, he moved close to her and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Take care of yourself and Wainer. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang touched her forehead and stared blankly on the spot for quite some time. 2 days later, Yang Yi noticed a city not too far away from the Zither of Love. The city was small, and not even a tenth of Ocean of Cloud City size. Moreover, it was quite tattered. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he flashed to its entrance. The city walls were extremely damaged and covered in cracks. They simply seemed like they would collapse at any moment. There were 4 large and bloody words above the rusty city gate. The graveyard of humans. The graveyard of humans? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he flashed into the city. His expression changed drastically when he witnessed the scene within the scene. There were corpses, countless corpses that filled his field of vision. There were at least over 100,000 of them. The corpses were nailed in rows on the sides of the street, and there were no buildings there. There were only numerous stone pillars, and those pillars were covered in corpses as well. Most of them were cultivators, and their cultivations weren't low as well. The weakest amongst them was at the monarch realm. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed 4 corpses right at the front of the rows on both sides. Those 4 corpses belonged to saints. There was a stone tablet at the center of the street, and there was a row of bloody words on it. Those who trespass into the Zither of Love shall die. Chapter 10:12. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists as he gazed at the stone tablet. This scene before his eyes told him exactly how much hatred the Azura Queen had for human, and it told him how strong she was. Even though he could surmount his realm of cultivation to kill saints, he knew that some saints weren't as weak as he imagined. Like Shang Yunxi and Jian Wuchen. If he were to fight them, then he would have no chance of winning unless he utilized Heaven's gravestone. The Azura Queen was said to be the #1 demon king of the prefecture, and that was equivalent to being the #1 expert of the prefecture. Based on his current strength, even Heaven's gravestone might not be able to help him fight her equally. Should I ask Jian Wuchen, Instructor Zhua, and all the others to come here? Such a thought couldn't help but appear within Yang Ye's mind. No matter how strong the Azura Queen was, could she fight 10 on her own? But it didn't take long for him to reject such a thought. Regardless of whether it was Jian Wuchen and the others from the Ancient Sword School or Instructor Zhua and the others from Ocean of Clouds Academy, they couldn't leave the Sword School and the Academy. Once there were no saints left there, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, it really wasn't suitable for the Academy and the Sword School to enter into conflict with the demon race in the Zither of Love. He had to rely on himself. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the corpses of those saints. A smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of his mouth. After all, they were ready to be made into Saint Realm puppets. However, his smile froze when he arrived before them. Because it wasn't just their souls which had been obliterated, even their bodies had been severely damaged. They merely seem unharmed on the surface, and they would transform into ashes from just the slightest touch. What a pity. Yang Yi felt quite disappointed. Because if they were refined into sword servants, then it would be equivalent to possessing 4 more saints on his side. Yang Yi glanced at the corpses with regret and vanished on the spot. The Zither of Love. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before the ocean, and a boundless expanse of water laid before his eyes. He could faintly notice the outline of an island at the end of his vision. Yang Yi stood at the shores for a long time, and then he suddenly removed his clothes and covered his lower body with beast skin. As for his upper body, it was completely bare. Moreover, He even draconified half his face, so he seemed more like a member of the demon race. So, half his face was covered in scales, but since Head only draconified half of his face, it was utterly impossible to discern any link between him and the dragon clan. Azura Queen was hostile to humans here, but she didn't reject the demon race. So, all members of the demon race could come here. So, the Zither of Love was also a place where many demon beasts hid, especially those who had deep enmity with humans. Hey, kid over there, are you going to Teal Island? Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi looked over to its source and saw a boat had suddenly appeared on the surface, and an old man and woman in a blue dress were on it. Yang Yi noticed that both of them had the bodies of fishes. They were members of the mermaid clan. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then his figure flashed and was about to fly towards the boat. However, he was shocked to realize that an invisible force instantly pressed him back down when he was about to leave the ground. There were restrictions here. Meanwhile, the old man and woman moved the boat over to the shore, and the old man sized up Yang Yi and chuckled. You've come from the outside, right? Yang Yi nodded. How did you know? I knew the moment you tried to fly. The old man chuckled. Because only those from the Zither of Love know that one can't fly here. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The old man chuckled. How would my mermaid clan earn inner cores if all of you can fly over? Yang Yi was speechless. It's 5 Exalt Realm inner cores for the trip to Teal Island, alright? I'm leaving if you refuse, said the old man. Yang Yi glanced at the sky. There were restrictions there, and it wasn't difficult for him to break through them with his current strength. But it would draw too much attention. He had to keep a low profile this time. Yang Yi leaped up and descended on the boat, and then he flicked an inner core to the old man. The old man and the woman were slightly stunned when they saw the inner core. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly passed it back to Yang Yi and spoke softly. We only ask for 5 Exalt Realm inner cores. This is a Monarch Realm inner core. Yang Yi asked, You think it isn't enough? She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, not at all. It's too much. A single Monarch Realm inner core is sufficient to get 1,000 Exalt Realm inner cores. You've paid too much. Yang Yi was puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? She raised her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she spoke softly. Our mermaid clan takes its reputation seriously, and we only accept what we deserve. Yang Yi was quite surprised when he heard her, and then he sized her up. She was quite weak as she was only at the Exalt Realm. As for her appearance, it was pretty but couldn't be considered to be beautiful. However, she wasn't ugly as well. Her face was one that one could look at for a long time without getting bored. She blushed a little when she noticed her gaze, and then she hurriedly placed it on Yang Yi's palm before returning to the old man's side. As for the old man, he gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly vigilant gaze. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed. But he was thick-skinned as well, so he acted like nothing had happened. After that, he flicked the Monarch Realm inner core back to the woman and said, I don't have any other intentions, and I just want to ask about some things. Just take it as your compensation, all right? The woman spoke softly. It's still too much. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. It wasn't that he wanted to force them to take that inner core. It was because the least precious inner core he had was a Monarch Realm inner core. Yang Yi forced a smile on his face. It's not much at all. The woman intended to say something else, but Yang Yi suddenly said, All right, let me be honest. I don't have Exalt Realm inner cores, and I only have Monarch Realm inner cores. They'll have no choice but to leave this boat if you refuse. Both of them were slightly stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually be so rich. She hesitated for a moment, and then looked at the old man. The latter nodded lightly. She stopped hesitating when the old man nodded and put the inner core away. After that, she said, Go on ahead and ask me anything. They'll definitely answer you if I know the answer. After she took the inner core, the old man's tail, which was in the water, started to sway from right to left, and the boat instantly shot forward like an arrow. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Is Immortal Island far from here? Immortal Island? The woman was quite surprised. You want to head to Immortal Island? Yang Yi asked, Can I? Of course you can't. She continued, That's the Azura Queen's territory. Not to mention demons from outside the ocean. Even we who live in the zither of love aren't allowed to go there. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She answered, because it's a paradise of cultivation, and only the greatest geniuses of the various clans have a chance to go there. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this and asked, "Do you think him a genius?" She glanced at him and asked softly, "What's your realm of cultivation?" Only when she asked this question did Yang Yi realize that Head concealed his aura with the sword domain. Right when he was about to remove the sword domain, the woman continued, "Actually, you can't go there regardless of how strong you are." Yang Yi was bewildered. Why? She answered, "Because only demon beasts from the zither of love are allowed to." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he asked, "Is there no other way?" She hesitated for a moment before she said, "There is one. You can marry a female demon who lives in the zither of love. You can go to the immortal island then. Of course, the precondition is that you possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, you'll be rejected." Marry someone from the zither of love? Yang Yi was quite stunned, and then his gaze descended onto the woman. Her face turned pale when she noticed his gaze, and then she hurriedly shook her head. I can't. Yang Yi laughed bitterly because he knew that Shed misunderstood. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water shot out from the water, and their boat was instantly forced to a stop. The pillar of water dispersed, and then a few men who held tridents in their grasps appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. The men had the bodies of men and the heads of sharks, and all of them were at the monarch realm. The expressions of the old man and the woman changed drastically when they saw those men. The man who led the ground glanced past Yang Yi and the old man, and then his gaze descended onto the woman. His eyes instantly lit up when he saw her. "I never expected my luck to be so good. I actually encountered a beautiful mermaid. Ha ha ha. Kill the man and the old man, but don't harm the woman. We can sell her for a good price once we've had our fun." The woman's face instantly turned ghastly pale upon hearing the man. Yang Yi frowned, and he slowly clenched his right fist. The shark man who led the group waved his right hand and ordered, "Attack!" Wait! Suddenly, the old man pointed at Yang Yi and roared loudly, "He has inner cores, a huge number of inner cores. The weakest amongst them is at the monarch realm." When he spoke up to this point, he waved his hand, and the monarch realm inner core in the woman's spatial ring flew into his grasp. "See? He gave this to us. He really has monarch realm inner cores, and he has a very huge number of them." Yang Yi, who was about to launch an attack, was instantly stunned when he heard the old man. Chapter 10:13. Are they really demons and not humans? Yang Yi was really quite surprised because as far as he was concerned, demon beasts didn't like to scheme and play tricks, nor would they act so shamelessly. But the facts of the situation were that regardless of whether it was humans or demon beasts, they could go to new lows when their lives were in danger. Even the woman gazed at the old man with surprise when she heard him, and there was disbelief in her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected that the old man would do that. However, the old man paid no attention to the woman, and he just pointed at Yang Yi and said, "He definitely fled from the human world, and perhaps he might have half-saint realm inner cores." The sharkmen gazed at Yang Yi when they heard the old man. The sharkman who led the group was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly swung his fist forward. Bang! A powerful wave of force sprayed out from Yang Yi's fist, and then the sharkmen weren't even able to react before they were transformed into blood and mush that rained down onto the ocean. The woman was stunned by this scene while the old man slumped down on the boat, and his face was ghastly pale while terror filled his eyes. Yang Yi withdrew his fist, and then he glanced at the woman and old man. "We can go now." Both of them remained motionless. "I said that we can go now." Yang Yi glanced at them, and he spoke in a louder voice. Their figures trembled slightly, and quite some time passed before the old man glanced at Yang Yi. When he saw that Yang Yi had no intention to pursue the matter, he hesitated for a moment, and then placed his tail into the water and started to propel the boat again. The boat moved like it was flying, and it caused waves to ripple out around it. After a long moment of silence, The woman couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she noticed that Yang Yi really had no intention to pursue the matter. She hesitated for a moment, and then walked over to Yang Yi and spoke softly. "So, sorry?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, "You did that so that their attention would be on me, and you can flee with her, right?" The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. "If they were to target us, then we wouldn't have the slightest chance to survive. So, it was all my fault, and you can do anything to me. But please let Xiaolong go. She's a kind-hearted young lady, and she absolutely had no intent to harm you." Yang Yi glanced at the old man and Xiaolong. "Don't worry, I won't kill both of you." He wasn't a kind person. If it was in the past, he would have killed the old man for doing that to him. But at this moment, he didn't have such a thought. Because while the old man's actions were clearly shameless, they were pitiable as well. Because the old man didn't have the strength to protect himself and Xiaolong, and he had no choice but to act so shamelessly. Those who were without strength were pitiable. Just like this very moment, because they didn't possess sufficient strength, they didn't even dare to speak loudly to him, as they were very much afraid that it would displease him and make him kill them. If one were to think of it from a different perspective, then wasn't he, Yang Yi, similarly pitiable when facing the Nether Pavilion and White Deer Academy? Weakness. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He was still extremely weak. Not only was he weak, he didn't possess much support. "I must improve my strength as soon as possible." Yang Yi opened his eyes, flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He had 2 trump cards right now. One of them was the ancient sheath and the sword precursor. If the sword spirit was awake, then not to mention killing a saint, the true form of Heavenrend might even allow him to fight those above the saint realm. However, the sword spirit was in deep sleep now, so he couldn't execute the true form of Heavenrend. Moreover, even if the sword spirit was awake, he didn't want to execute the true form of Heavenrend because it brought too much harm to the sword spirit and him. The second trump card was Heaven's Gravestone. If Head utilized it when he faced Oblivion Maiden that day, then killing her would have probably not been difficult at all. Just Heaven's Gravestone wasn't inferior to a saint in strength. If he were to join forces with it, then its might would multiply by countless times. After all, he possessed void rank slaughter intent now and had the heart of slaughter. Besides that, he possessed void rank sword intent. If all 3 were combined, then instantly killing saints wouldn't be difficult at all. However, could he use Heaven's Gravestone? The answer was no. If he were to utilize it with his current strength, then he would definitely be courting death. He couldn't use the true form of Heavenrend, and he couldn't utilize Heaven's Gravestone as well. Yang Yi suddenly noticed to his sorrow that his true strongest trump cards actually didn't belong to him at all, and he had to rely on external forces and treasures instead. At the same time, Yang Yi was shocked to notice that from some unknown time in the past, Head actually started to rely on external forces. If he didn't have the divine rank treasures he wore, then would he be confident in his ability to kill saints? External forces and treasures could improve his strength by a huge margin for a short period, but it wasn't his own strength in the end. Realm of cultivation, intent, laws, sword techniques, the body, and speed. These were his true foundation. A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he spoke softly. "I almost took the wrong path." External forces and treasures could be utilized as an auxiliary form of strength, but they absolutely couldn't become one's main source of strength. Because if they became the main source, then the right order of things would have been overturned. Yang Yi gazed at the ancient sheath, and he thought about the ordinary form of Heavenrend. He was a mid-rank half-saint now, and his body was much stronger than before. So, overlapping 50 Heavenrends wouldn't be a problem at all. Of course, 50 overlapped Heavenrends wouldn't be a threat to saints at all. But what if it was 60? If 60 couldn't pose a threat to saints, then what about 70, 80, or even 100 or 200? If he could overlap 200 Heavenrends at once now, then killing a saint with a single attack wouldn't be difficult at all. Of course, overlapping 200 Heavenrends with his current strength was definitely extremely difficult. However, it wasn't impossible. Besides Heavenrend, he could strengthen death by a thought as well. Death by a thought placed emphasis on speed. And if he could increase his speed by 10 times, then a saint would truly fall from a single thought of his. If it was anyone else, or even Jin Wuchen, it would be absolutely impossible to kill a saint with just a thought. But he had a chance to succeed, because Head comprehended the laws of speed, and it was absolutely capable of greatly increasing the speed of any technique. Simply speaking, if he could cultivate Heavenrend and Death by a thought to their limits, enhance them with his void rank sword intent and laws of speed, and then utilize his sword domain to restrain and suppress his opponents. Not to mention saints, even killing someone like Oblivion Maiden would be absolutely easy, because he could put an end to her before she could even decompose his attacks. After all, Head comprehended 3 laws: void rank sword intent and void rank slaughter intent. Besides that, he possessed the sword domain. In the end, he could be able to kill saints with ease even without divine rank treasures. However, the powerful strength he obtained from them caused him to overlook his own true potential. Once he figured all of this out, a slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Even though he couldn't cultivate now, it didn't matter because it was only a matter of time now. The only thing he had to fear was taking the wrong path and relying too much on external sources of strength. If that happened, then he might not work hard on cultivating himself, and he would continuously think about how he should get even more and even stronger treasures. If that were to continue, then he would be crippled if he lost his treasures one day. Of course, he could think about getting even more and even stronger treasures, but he had to get his priorities straight. His strength was his main priority, and his equipment was only his secondary priority. Suddenly, Yang Yi heard Xiao Lan's soft voice while he was in deep thought. If you really want to go to Immortal Island, I can help you get there." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts upon hearing her, and then he gazed at her. He immediately understood what she meant when he saw her rosy face, and he pondered deeply before he nodded. All right. Head intended to sneak into Immortal Island, but it was quite risky. Moreover, he knew nothing about it, so even if he could sneak in, he would probably not know where to go. So, if he could enter it openly, then it would be much more convenient for him to find the Tree of Creation. Xiaolan said, "Then let's return to Mermaid Island first, because only by returning there can we provide you with the identity you need." Yang Yi nodded to display his agreement. The old man glanced at Xiaolan and Yang Yi. Head wanted to speak on many occasions, but he didn't speak and just sighed softly in the end. After around 4 hours of travel, the boat suddenly dived down beneath the surface. Another hour passed just like that as they dived deep beneath the surface, and then buildings that were made from shells and vines appeared within Yang Ye's field of vision. "That's our home, Mermaid Village." Xiao Lan pointed at the buildings in the distance and smiled. "Come, they'll take you to our patriarch to get an identity prepared." She ran off towards the distance while she spoke. Yang Yi smiled, and then he suddenly gazed at the old man. "You seem to have wanted to say something throughout our journey." The old man hesitated before he said, "You definitely came to the Zither of Love for something, right?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he didn't say anything before walking towards the village. The old man clenched his fists slowly as he gazed at Yang Ye's figure from behind. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and Xiao Lan to arrive before a huge hall made of corals. "Wait here for a while. We'll go see the patriarch." Xiao Lan entered the hall once she finished speaking. A long time passed before around 100 mermen who held tridents appeared around Yang Yi, and they surrounded him. Moreover, more and more were rushing over incessantly from afar. At the same time, numerous mysterious vines suddenly appeared from the ground, and they swiftly covered Yang Ye's feet. After that, a blue pillar of light shot into the air and enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked forward. He saw a beautiful woman walking out of the hall, and both Xiao Lan and the old man were by her side. The beautiful woman said, "Outsider, if I'm not wrong, then you want to get to Immortal Island for the fruits of creation there, right?" Yang Yi paid no attention to the beautiful woman. He gazed at Xiao Lan instead, and he looked at her for some time before he chuckled. "Both of you really are great actors. From now on, they'll be the first to kill anyone who tells me that the demon race doesn't lie and deceive." The beautiful woman spoke coldly, capture him, and send him to Immortal Island to claim the reward. Chapter 10:14. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi, and it swept towards the surroundings and caused powerful waves to surge around him. These waves overlapped as they swept out, and they instantly blasted apart the vines which were coiled around his feet. As for the mermen around him, all of them were blasted apart from the impact. Torrents of blood rippled along with the waves. The beautiful woman, Xiaolan, and the old man were stunned by the scene before them. After all, the weakest amongst the mermen in the surroundings were at the monarch realm, and there even were 2 half-saints amongst them. However, they'd been obliterated just like that. Yang Yi started walking towards the 3 of them, and he gazed at Xiaolan as he said, "You could have been frank if you didn't want to take me to Immortal Island. I wouldn't have forced you. Why did you have to trick me and make me come here? I don't know if you did it for wealth or something else. All I do know is that it has wasted a huge amount of my time, and I really lack time right now." Meanwhile, the old man stood in front of Xiaolan and said, "It was my idea. You can do anything you want of me, but Xiaolan has nothing to do with all of this. So, please spare her." Yang Yi suddenly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strand of suction force surged out from his palm, and then the old man instantly appeared before him while his hand was clamped around the old man's throat. Yang Yi grinned as he gazed at the old man. "Did you think that would move me and make me let both of you go? If that was your plan, then all I can say is that you were dreaming." Yang Yi pressed down slightly as he spoke. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then the old man's head slanted to the side as the life within him drained out. The beautiful woman's pupils constricted while shock filled her eyes, and Xiaolan had slumped down to the ground instead. At this moment, she knew that she was utterly mistaken, and that Shed severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Even though Yang Yi had killed those sharkmen in an instant, it didn't mean anything because those sharkmen were just weaklings. So, while she knew Yang Yi was very strong, she felt that he was just stronger than ordinary demon beasts at the very most. Yet now, she knew that she was wrong. This man who stood before her wasn't just slightly stronger than ordinary demon beasts, he was extremely strong. This is just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke abruptly. "My mermaid clan has no ill intent towards you. We really have no ill intent towards you. Right? Didn't you like Xiaolan? That's not a problem at all. She's yours from now onwards. You can do anything you want to her." Yang Yi gazed at the beautiful woman and asked, "You're the patriarch of the mermaid clan?" She hurriedly nodded. "I am. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I am." Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of her and had grabbed her by the throat. The beautiful woman was horrified. After all, she was a half-saint. Yet she didn't have the slightest room to resist the man who stood before her. Is he a saint? Needless to say, you're a failure. Yang Yi shook his head and suddenly pressed down. The beautiful woman's neck was instantly broken, and she died on the spot with her eyes opened wide. Obviously, Shed died with everlasting regret. Yang Yi tossed her corpse on the ground, and then he gazed at Xiaolan. "I have to say that you're really too good at acting. You even fooled me, but I can't figure out why you did that. Was it for my wealth?" Xiaolan raised her head to look at him, and there was a strong desire to live in her eyes. "Would you let me go if I tell you? I've suddenly lost the interest to know, because it's pointless." Yang Yi turned around and shot up towards the surface once he finished speaking. Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. However, a pearl of water suddenly shot over from afar, and it instantly entered the center of her forehead. Xiaolan's figure stiffened and fell to the ground. Yang Yi casually grabbed one of the mermaids in the surroundings, asked for directions to Immortal Island, and then shot out from beneath the ocean and flashed towards Immortal Island. The incident at the mermaid clan was just a trivial incident to him. Actually, Head roughly guessed why Xiaolan had done that. It was none other than because He'd been too generous, and Shed become greedy at the sight of his wealth. This wasn't something that only humans did. It was even extremely common amongst demon beasts. One day later, An island appeared within Yang Ye's vision. The island was boundless. Even Yang Yi couldn't see the ends of it with his current vision. There were numerous towering mountains on the island, and they continued on endlessly like an enormous dragon was coiled up there. Besides that, huge white cranes soared frequently through the air around the peaks of those mountains, and the island was covered in white mist. It seemed like a paradise of immortals. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he vanished on the spot. After he entered Immortal Island, Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face, because as soon as he entered the island, he noticed over a dozen strands of divine sense sweeping through where he stood. Fortunately, he had the sword domain to conceal himself, so they weren't able to discover his presence. Even though the sword domain could conceal his aura to the point that even saints couldn't sense him, Yang Yi was very well aware that it didn't mean he had nothing to worry about. After all, saints transcended the world, especially some saints who possessed unbelievable abilities. So, the slightest bit of carelessness might cause him to fail miserably at a task he could have succeeded at. Moreover, if he were to be discovered here, then with the Azura Queen's strength and the numerous saints on the island, he would definitely be finished. Yang Yi didn't move, and he just stood on the spot and held his breath. He made himself seem stiff like a rock, because the divine senses of saints were still sweeping incessantly through the area. In the beginning, Head thought that they detected his presence, but it didn't take long for him to realize that they hadn't noticed his presence. They were just sweeping the area in intervals, and it was like a constant inspection of the island. Isn't the security here a little too tight? Yang Ye's brows were knit tightly together. There were at least 10 saints on this island who were ceaselessly scanning the entire island with their divine sense. Under such circumstances, finding the tree of creation and fruit of creation was clearly extremely difficult. Suddenly, the violet mink appeared in front of Yang Yi, and she pointed towards the distance while a trace of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he saw this, because the violet mink only acted in this way when she sensed extraordinarily precious treasures. Moreover, had almost forgotten that the violet mink seemed to have the ability to detect treasures. However, she paid no attention to ordinary treasures, and that was naturally because of the primordial violet energy Shed absorbed. After all, Shed been living with primordial violet energy for years, so Shed become extremely picky. Yang Yi traveled forward carefully according to the violet mink's guidance. For safety's sake, he even activated the laws of darkness and only traveled in the shadows. The fruit of creation was related to Lu Weiner's future, so he had to be careful. Yang Yi naturally felt guilty for what happened to Lu Weiner. After all, Shed become crippled because of him. So, he intended to restore her Dantian no matter what. It wasn't just because of his guilt. It was because of his love for her as well. Yang Yi knew that she would live the remainder of her life in pain and sorrow if she couldn't become a cultivator and cultivate anymore. Moreover, if she couldn't cultivate, it represented that she would be able to live for a few dozen years at most before she aged and died. That was something he absolutely refused to allow. After around 2 hours passed, a city appeared within Yang Ye's vision. Yang Yi was surprised to notice that there were no living beings within the entire city. Of course, the dozen or so saints who were hiding somewhere weren't included, because their divine sense had never vanished. This island is quite strange. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time as he gazed at the city. A long time passed before Yang Yi transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. He was in a dark corner of the city when his figure appeared once more. Yang Yi continued forward according to the violet mink's guidance, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a palace. Yang Ye's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the palace because there were 3 words on it: Azura Queen Palace. This is where Azura Queen lives? Yang Yi frowned again. There was a problem standing before him right now. To enter or not to enter, because the violet mink was pointing in the direction of the palace. In other words, it was very likely that the fruit of creation was within the palace. However, it was very likely for the Azura Queen to be there as well. Yang Yi didn't hesitate for long before he transformed into a shadow that drifted into the palace. Yang Ye's pupils constricted upon entering the palace. because he noticed that his divine sense seemed to have become useless upon entering the hall. There was an invisible force there that immediately obstructed his divine sense when he tried to send out, so it couldn't leave him at all. It wasn't just his divine sense. Even the divine sense of those saints couldn't enter the palace as Head stopped sensing them upon entering the palace. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then he glanced at the hall. He noticed that it was completely empty, and there was only a single passageway which he couldn't see the end of. There was a solemn expression in Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the passageway. His intuition told him that there was danger in the depths of it, and it was best to not head over there. However, he was here, so how could he just give up now? How could he be willing to go back just like that? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he transformed into a shadow that moved against the wall and drifted forward. Yang Yi finally stopped after moving forward for 4 hours, because there was a black door in front of him. This time, Yang Yi didn't hesitate and walked over to the door. He placed his right hand on the door, and then the laws of decay slowly seeped out of his palm. A breath of time later, the door vanished, and then Yang Yi's pupils constricted, because he saw a pair of eyes, and they were looking at him. Chapter 10:15. A completely nude woman was nailed to the wall before Yang Yi. Her figure was spread out on the wall like the character, and a black sword was stabbed in each of her limbs. The swords were divine rank swords, and they were mid-grade divine rank swords. Besides that, a pitch-black chain was coiled tightly around her neck, and the ends of the chains were within the wall. The black chains were no ordinary chains, and they were at the mid-grade of the divine rank at least. Yang Yi couldn't discern her true age, but she was very beautiful. Amongst the women Yang Yi knew, only Enchantment could compete with her beauty. The difference between them was that Enchantment's beauty was seductive and charming, and this woman's beauty was icy cold and noble. Especially her expression and bearing, it made one feel like one was committing an unforgivable crime by just looking at her. At this moment, she was looking at him, and her eyes were exceptionally calm. Yang Yi arrived in front of her. At the same time, he grabbed her by the throat. He gazed at the woman who was right before him and spoke in a low voice. No matter who you are or why Azura Queen imprisoned you here, all I want to say is that you shouldn't make any noise if you want to live. Understand? She gazed at him, and her gaze stopped for a moment on the scales which covered Yang Yi's face, while a trace of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. However, it vanished in an instant, and her gaze became calm once more. After that, she just gazed at Yang Yi, as if she wanted to see through him. Yang Yi sized her up and scanned her quite a few times. A short moment later, Yang Yi withdrew his hand when he noticed that the woman had no intent to make noise. He moved his gaze away from her and glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that strange symbols were densely covering the walls of the room. The symbols were flowing with black-colored energy. In the end, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the chain which was wrapped around the woman's throat, because he noticed that the symbols were ceaselessly providing energy to the chain. Yang Yi gazed at the black chain and the mid-grade divine rank swords for quite some time, and then he frowned. Who exactly is she? Why would the Azura Queen treat her like that? Yang Yi gazed at her and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The woman just gazed at him without speaking. Yang Yi asked, "Do you know where the fruit of creation is?" There was a slight fluctuation in her eyes when she heard him, and she gazed at him for a short while before she seemed to have understood something and immediately closed her eyes. Had been disregarded. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before his gaze stopped on the 4 black swords which were nailed into her limbs. He was naturally tempted by them, but he didn't dare to pull them out. Since she had been treated in such a way by the Azura Queen, it proved that the Azura Queen feared her. So, he was very likely to be courting death if he removed those swords. Kill her and take the swords? Head thought of that, but Head rejected it right away. Firstly, he wasn't capable of such things, because there was no enmity between them, so it went against his heart. Besides that, she was a little too calm and composed until now, so she was either absolutely ignorant of the situation or without fear. She didn't seem to be someone who was absolutely ignorant, so she definitely didn't fear him at all. However, Yang Yi didn't want to give up on obtaining those 4 swords. Yang Yi said, "Hey, how about we make a deal?" Her eyes remained closed, and she didn't speak a word. Yang Yi didn't mind and just continued, "I can help free you, but you have to tell me where the fruit of creation is." She suddenly opened her eyes to gaze at Yang Yi, and they were filled with ridicule. Yang Yi grinned when he saw that she didn't believe him, and then he stretched out his right hand while the laws of decay seeped out from within his palm. In an instant, the space around his hand was wiped out of existence. Yang Yi didn't wait too long to withdraw his hand, but the space which was obliterated by the laws of decay still hadn't been restored. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes at this moment, and her gaze descended onto Yang Yi once more. This time, she was very serious, and it was like she was getting to know Yang Yi again. Yang Yi said, "The chains on you can't stop this law of mine, right? You're a human." She gazed right into his eyes and said, "But I sense the aura of the dragon clan within you. I'm really curious about that. Can you explain it to me?" "I think we can talk about that later." Yang Yi continued, "I want a fruit of creation, and you should know where it is while I just happen to be able to save you. So, I think that we can work together. What do you think? You might be able to live if you live right now." She gazed at Yang Yi and said, "There'll be a new corpse hanging in the graveyard of humans if she discovers your presence." "So, you're unwilling to work together with me?" asked Yang Yi. There was a mysterious force suppressing him since he entered this area. So, it wasn't just his divine sense which had lost its ability. Even the violet mink couldn't sense the aura of the tree of creation anymore. So, the mysterious woman before him might be his final chance. That was exactly why Head suggested that they work together. The woman remained silent. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, "The fruit of creation is very important to me, and am determined to obtain it. I don't like to force people, but I won't restrain myself from doing that if I really have no other choice." Yang Yi flipped his palm once he finished speaking, and a sword was pressed against her chest. "You can choose to tell me where it is, and it'll help you escape right away. Human men really are so shameless." There was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. "If you have the ability, then ask Azura Queen for it. Would she dare to refuse your request if you defeat her?" Yang Yi spoke seriously. I think that there should be a slight gap between our strengths." The woman replied, "So you're threatening a woman who can't fight back at all?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. "Didn't you want the fruit of creation?" Meanwhile, she suddenly gazed at the stone wall to the left. "Open up that stone wall, and you'll be able to get it." Yang Yi withdrew his sword and gazed at her. She was clearly a proud person, and such a person's character was very alike to his own. They were people who could be persuaded by reason, but wouldn't bow down to force. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi said, "I follow the principle of not offending those who don't offend me. You haven't offended me, yet I threatened you for my own personal reasons. I have to admit that I shouldn't have done that." Yang Yi grabbed the chain around her neck, and the laws of decay seeped out from his palm. It didn't take long for the chain to vanish under the effects of the decay laws. Once he finished doing that, Yang Yi grabbed the hilts of the swords which were stabbed into her palms. The swords immediately started trembling violently when he grabbed them, and they seemed like they were about to repulse him. But it didn't take long for them to calm down once Yang Yi released his void rank sword intent. After that, he pulled them out with ease. The woman gazed at him and said, "Do you realize what you're doing?" Yang Yi said, "I've always believed that the good are repaid with kindness. So, I've decided to save you first." Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi pulled out the swords on her feet, and then her figure instantly slumped down onto him. Yang Yi frowned as he held her in his arms, because only when he came into contact with her did he notice how very weak she was. Moreover, there was no trace of strength or profound energy within her. Simply speaking, she was just like an ordinary person, and she was even weaker than an ordinary person. Of course, Yang Yi naturally didn't believe that she was an ordinary person. After all, would Azura Queen treat an ordinary person like that? He didn't put his guard down before her, and he was really to attack if she made the slightest unusual movement. Yang Yi withdrew a robe and wrapped it around her, and then he said, "Firstly, I have to say that Azura Queen is truly terrible. She actually tortured you like this. Don't worry, it'll definitely help you vent once I attain the Saint Realm. The woman sat weakly on the ground, and she rested herself against the wall as she gazed at him and spoke indifferently. Just say that you want the fruit of creation. Yang Yi didn't blush from being exposed and just said, "See, I've displayed sufficient sincerity, so shouldn't you tell me where it is?" She replied, "I told you. You just have to get through that stone wall, and you'll be able to see it." Yang Yi was quite doubtful. "Are you sure you're not lying?" She glanced at him, and then closed her eyes and didn't pay any further attention to him. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched as he said, "Honestly, you're lucky to have encountered someone kind-hearted like me. You would be dead if you encountered other humans." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking towards the stone wall, and then he placed his right palm against it. A few moments passed before the stone wall vanished. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when it vanished, and there was astonishment in his eyes, because an abyss was right before him, and it was boundless and covered by mist. Besides that, he saw a tree far away in the distance, a tree that towered into the clouds. He couldn't see its roots or its crown. It simply seemed like it was connected to both the heavens and the earth. That's the tree of creation? Yang Yi was clearly shocked by the scene before him, because had never imagined that such a huge tree actually existed in the world. Moreover, it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It felt just like how it felt when he faced heaven's gravestone. In other words, it was very likely to be at the quasi-emperor rank. The fruit of creation isn't just able to rebuild the Dantian, it can greatly improve one's cultivation as well. Besides that, it can strengthen treasures. In other words, it can improve the quality of treasures. It can be said that it's a precious and supreme treasure of this world. Unfortunately, it has a spirit of its own. So, unless it's willing, no one, in this world without experts above the Saint Realm, can take its fruits by force. Even the Azura Queen can only trade with it and can't try to take its fruits by force. Human, you can try to take it by force. The woman behind him spoke slowly. Yang Yi raised his head and looked towards the depths of the clouds in the distance, and he saw 5 golden fruits. Obviously, they were the fruits of creation. But am I really going to try taking it by force? He's experienced heaven's gravestone strength, and the tree of creation wasn't inferior to heaven's gravestone. So, only death would be awaiting him if he tried to use force. Because trying to take it by force would represent that he would alarm Azura Queen and the other saints on the island. Suddenly, the tiny vortex within Yang Yi started to revolve. Yang Yi was stunned. What's it trying to do? Suddenly, a strand of terrifying suction force erupted from within it, and then the tree of creation suddenly transformed into specks of violet light and surged towards Yang Yi. In the end, they entered into Yang Yi's body. The tiny vortex wants it? Such a thought instantly appeared in Yang Yi's mind, and then his face darkened while he hurriedly shouted inwardly, "Don't act rashly. You can't act rashly here. You can't take it even if you want it. We can carry out a discussion with it instead." What was this place? It was Immortal Island. It was the Azura Queen's territory. Moreover, the Azura Queen wasn't the only one outside. There were at least 10 saints outside as well. So, wouldn't such actions be equivalent to courting death? It even made Yang Yi wonder when the tiny vortex became so rash and unrestrained. However, the tiny vortex paid no attention to him. Roar! A furious howl suddenly resounded from the depths of the abyss, and then a huge vine shot into the air and charged towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face turned grim. Meanwhile, an illusory and tiny golden pagoda appeared above Yang Yi, and it transformed into a ray of violet light that smashed against the vine. Bang! The terrifying vine was instantly obliterated. A miserable and shrill cry resounded from the bottom of the abyss, and it wasn't just miserable, it carried deep terror as well. It sounded like it had encountered something horrifying. Meanwhile, the tree of creation's crown had already entered Yang Yi's body. It wasn't even resisting, and it was trembling instead. It was trembling madly. Swish! Suddenly, jet-black clouds covered the sky, and it didn't take long for them to split apart to reveal a huge eye. The eye of the heaven Tao. Yang Yi turned pale. Because he was doomed now, The woman behind Yang Yi gazed at the golden pagoda above Yang Yi, and there was shock, disbelief, and a trace of deep fear in her eyes. The eye of the heaven Dao opened slowly, and it instantly locked onto Yang Yi's figure. After that, a pitch-black bolt of divine lightning, which was over 500 m in diameter, shot down towards him. Meanwhile, the tiny golden pagoda above Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of violet light which shot into the sky, and it slammed itself against the divine lightning and the eye of the heaven Dao. Chapter 10:16. The Eye of the Heaven Dao. All the experts on Immortal Island were stunned when they saw it in the air above the island. Why would the Eye of the Heaven Dao appear here? Around a dozen old men were staring blankly at the eye in the sky. Meanwhile, a beam of violet light suddenly shot up from the ground below, and the saints on the island watched as the black divine lightning, which even they feared, was obliterated. After that, the beam of violet light continued up and collided with the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Bang! A loud explosion resounded before that terrifying Eye of the Heaven Dao started to crack apart. OM! A strand of faint droning could be heard in the sky before the Eye of the Heaven Dao slowly closed its eyelids. Meanwhile, another beam of violet light shot up from below, but the Eye of the Heaven Dao suddenly started to become illusory, and it actually vanished before the beam of violet light could arrive before it. It fled? The saints here were stunned. The woman behind Yang Yi was stunned, and even Yang Yi was stunned. The Eye of the Heaven Dao fled just like that? It fled just like that? That's the Eye of the Heaven Dao. It's the Eye of the Heaven Dao that can kill saints with ease. But it fled just like that? The woman behind Yang Yi gazed at the tiny golden pagoda with disbelief. What exactly is that? It was even capable of making a formidable existence like the Eye of the Heaven Dao fear it and have no choice but to flee. After all, even emperor-rank treasures couldn't arouse fear in the Eye of the Heaven Dao. Is that a treasure above the emperor rank? The woman slowly clenched her fists. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite stunned as well. He knew that the primordial pagoda was terrifying, but he hadn't expected it to actually be so terrifying that even the Eye of the Heaven Dao feared it. Yang Yi had no doubt that the primordial pagoda was much stronger than it had been in the past, and the reason it had gained so much strength was probably related to him. Based on what Shao Qi had said, the primordial pagoda's strength was related to his own strength, and it grew stronger with him. Now, he was a mid-rank half-saint, so it was normal for the primordial pagoda to have grown stronger. But he felt that it was a little too terrifying. Of course, that was a good thing. Meanwhile, the tree of creation had fully entered the tiny vortex. As soon as that happened, the tiny golden pagoda which floated in the air above Yang Yi shook slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of violet light that entered the tiny vortex. A moment later, Yang Yi's brows were pressed tightly together, because Head thought that the primordial pagoda had recovered, but it was still in the form of the tiny vortex, and he wasn't able to enter the primordial pagoda at all. In other words, it hadn't recovered yet. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's expression changed abruptly because he sensed over a dozen powerful auras rushing towards him. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at the woman. He hesitated for an instant before he flashed over to her, wrapped his arm around her, and then leaped down the abyss. Had alarmed the experts on Immortal Island, and even the Azura Queen might have been alarmed. So, it was utterly impossible for him to just escape the way he came. Unless he concealed his aura and stood motionlessly on the spot, just the slightest movement from him would be noticed by them while they were on high alert. So, he had no choice but to leap down the abyss, because that mysterious energy still remained within the abyss, and it could nullify the abilities of a cultivator's divine sense. Saints could only dream of catching him when they couldn't utilize their divine sense. Besides that, the abyss was pitch black, so it was clearly a much more beneficial terrain to someone like him who comprehended the laws of darkness. The reason Head taken the woman with him was that he didn't want that scene from before to be exposed to even more people. Of course, he could just kill her, but he wasn't able to do such a thing. He was ruthless and merciless, but he had his limits. Their figures descended for almost 4 hours, yet they were still falling, and it caused Yang Yi to be unable to avoid frowning. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared before them. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the vortex, and he hurriedly stopped while holding the woman in his arms. Meanwhile, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out from within the blue vortex, and it instantly enveloped both of them and swept them into the vortex before they could react. As soon as he entered the vortex, Yang Yi felt a wave of dizziness strike him, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Yang Yi didn't know how long had passed when he finally opened his eyes. A cloudy blue sky was the first scene to enter his eyes. Where am I? Yang Yi quickly stood up and sized up the surroundings. He was at a wasteland, and the mysterious woman was not too far away from him. She was sitting weakly on the ground and sizing up the surroundings. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Even though he didn't know where they were, it was obvious that they'd escaped. Yang Yi glanced at the mysterious woman and said, "No matter who you are, it isn't important to me. The important thing is that we've escaped. All right, farewell." Yang Yi turned around and intended to leave when he finished speaking. However, he was astounded to notice that he couldn't utilize his profound energy at all. He hurriedly inspected his body, and he noticed that his profound energy was actually in a deathly still state. Yang Yi frowned. What's going on? A mysterious form of energy has sealed off this place. Meanwhile, the woman raised her head and looked up at the sky. It surpasses the strength of saints. So, both profound energy and divine sense can't be utilized here. In other words, you're like an ordinary person now. Yang Yi calmed down, glanced at the surroundings, and said, "Where are we?" "The world beneath Immortal Island." The woman glanced at him and continued, "According to legend, a peerless beast from outer space is being sealed beneath Immortal Island. ID thought that it was only a legend, but now it would seem like it was no legend. It really does exist." From outer space? Yang Yi frowned. Experts from other stellar regions? She suddenly said, "Have you heard of defiant cultivators?" Defiant cultivators? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because he'd heard of defiant profounders, and he knew that profounders were considered cultivators here. So, he glanced at the woman and nodded. She continued, "All those years ago, the defiant cultivators appeared out of nowhere, and the entire radiant dimension was almost destroyed at the hands of their undying physique. Fortunately, they weren't united. Coupled with the fact that they were too arrogant, haughty, and acted without any fear or restraint, they didn't just offend the experts of our radiant dimension, they even offended the experts of other stellar regions. So, everyone joined forces and were finally able to seal them in a lower dimension. However, there were some who weren't sealed." Yang Yi said, "You're saying that a defiant cultivator is being kept here? That peerless beast?" She nodded. "If I'm not wrong, then yes." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't care about that. Do you know a way to leave this place?" The tiny vortex had taken the fruits of creation, so he just had to return to the city, and he could restore Lu Weiner's Dantian. He didn't want to delay it at all because the longer it was delayed, the worse it was for Lu Weiner. "There are two methods," she explained. "The one is to destroy this world. It's not a real world, but a world created by a supreme expert. So, we'll naturally be able to return to the radiant dimension if it's destroyed. The tuned method is to find a teleportation point. Since there's a teleportation point into this place, there's naturally one that leads to the outside world. We'll be able to leave if we can find it." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he shook his head a while later. Not to mention that he couldn't utilize his profound energy now. He couldn't do anything to this world even if he was at his peak strength. Perhaps he could only give it a try if he utilized Heaven's gravestone. So, since the once method wasn't possible, he had no choice but to choose the tuned method. "Let's go look for the teleportation formation." Yang Yi started walking towards the distance while he spoke, but he only took a few steps before he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the woman. "Why aren't you coming?" She glanced at him and said, "I can't move." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He walked over to her and pulled open the robe that covered her. The holes that the black swords left behind on her feet were still visible. They'd completely pierced through her feet and even shattered the bones and meridians within her feet. Besides that, Blood was seeping out incessantly from those holes. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he glanced at her hands. There were two similar holes on her wrists as well. At this moment, both of them were slowly bleeding as well. Exactly how deep is the enmity between you and the Azura Queen to actually make her treat you like this? Yang Yi tore off 4 pieces of cloth from her robe and started to bandage her wounds. If it was at any other time, then he could utilize his violet profound energy and heal her injuries in an instant. Yet now, he couldn't utilize his profound energy, and he didn't have the habit of taking healing pills with him. So, he could only use the most primitive form of treating wounds. She glanced at him and didn't answer his question. Yang Yi stood up, pulled her hands towards him, and started to bandage them as well. At the same time, he looked her in the eyes and said, "I know that you're not an ordinary person, or perhaps you should be a very formidable person. All I'd like to say is that I have no ill intent towards you, and we're in the same boat right now. So, we should work together. That's beneficial for both you and me, right?" She suddenly said, "Behind?" "Huh?" Yang Yi was stunned. "What do you mean? Behind you?" She spoke again, and her voice was much louder this time. "Behind me?" Yang Yi turned around to look behind himself, but had only just done that when a fist smashed against his stomach. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth as his figure collided with the woman and flew backwards with her. They flew for over 3 kilometers. Chapter 10:17. Yang Yi instinctively grabbed her and spun his body around when they were about to slam against the ground. So he was the first to slam against the ground. Bang! The ground in that area trembled while countless cracks that were thick as an arm swept out swiftly from around Yang Yi. In an instant, the ground in a huge area around Yang Yi had cracked apart. Pooh! Yang Yi spat out another mouthful of blood while the bones throughout his body felt numb. As for the woman who was on top of him, she had merely suffered light injuries because had endured most of the impact. She glanced at him yet didn't speak a word. Yang Yi stood up, carried her up, placed her on a nearby rock, and then turned around to look ahead. A robust man was standing not too far away from him. The man's hair and hair were so long that they were being dragged on the ground, and he was merely wearing beast skin. He was a complete and utter savage. But that savage was actually at the Saint Realm. If he was in the outside world, then he would definitely die if he faced a saint in his current state. Yet now, while the man before him was a saint, the man had no profound energy and was relying solely on his physical body. So, even though Yang Yi wasn't at the Saint Realm, his body was absolutely not inferior to the body of a saint. The reason the man had succeeded at taking Yang Yi by surprise was because Yang Yi had forgotten that his divine sense was useless here. Yang Yi didn't speak. He swiftly stomped his right foot against the ground. The ground shook violently as he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball, and even space rippled before him. He didn't ask who the man was, nor ask why the man had launched a surprise attack against him. It was best to use the first above all else at times like these. Roar! The savage roared when he saw Yang Yi attack, and his figure shot towards Yang Yi. It didn't take long for 2 fists to collide in midair. Bang! The space around them rippled violently as they each took over a dozen steps back. However, Yang Yi shot forward again in the next moment, and he instantly arrived before the savage and smashed his fist forward again. Roar! The man roared as well, and then he slammed his fist against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! They split apart as soon as they collided, and then Yang Yi charged forward again right away. Yang Yi was very well aware that one had to be ferocious in close-quarter combat. If one was ferocious enough, then one could put heavy psychological pressure on one's opponent. Of course, he didn't pursue it on purpose, because had always been so ferocious when he fought. Both of their physical strengths were extremely powerful. Every single collision of their fists caused space to ripple. The space here was in a comparatively better state because the space here was unusually strong, so they couldn't shatter the space here even if they utilized their full strength. However, the ground beneath their feet wasn't so strong. After just around a little over 10 breaths of time, the ground around them had split apart, and there were countless bottomless cracks throughout the ground. It was like an earthquake had swept through the area. After around 10 minutes of battle, the man gradually fell into a disadvantaged state before Yang Ye's fearless and ruthless style in combat. The savage's aura was waning while Yang Yes was strengthening instead, and he was growing stronger as the battle progressed. Roar! The savage roared and seemed to be saying something, but Yang Yi paid no attention at all. His fist rained down like raindrops in a storm against the savage. At this moment, he wasn't just using his fists, he was using his legs, knees, and every other part of his body that he could use as a weapon. The savage was showing signs of being defeated under such a violent flurry of attacks. Bang! Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi caught the man off guard, kicked him on the stomach, and blasted him flying. Yang Yi seized the opportunity to press forward swiftly and smash his fist against the man's chest. The man's body instantly curved inwardly as if continued flying backwards. Of course, Yang Yi didn't give up this opening just like that. He immediately pursued the man and started another violent flurry of attacks. Bang! 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 At this moment, the man could only suffer a beating. Fortunately, his body was strong, so he was merely injured and hadn't perished even after suffering countless attacks from Yang Yi. The woman spoke abruptly when she noticed that Yang Yi had no intent to stop. "He'll die if you continue." Yang Yi kicked the man's stomach and blasted him flying. The man's figure crashed against the ground and smashed open a deep hole there. Yang Yi flashed into the hole, and then he appeared before the woman with the man who was on the verge of death now. Yang Yi tossed the man on the ground, and then he slumped down by the woman's side. Even though head won, he was exhausted. If he were in the outside world, then this wouldn't be a problem at all with the restorative ability of his profound energy. Yet now, he couldn't utilize his profound energy, so he could only wait for his body to recover slowly. How foolish! Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. Yang Yi agreed. "Right, that savage really is quite stupid." She replied, "I was talking about you." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he immediately leaped to his feet and walked over to her. "Can you be a little nicer? Do you realize what sort of fate would be waiting for you if I hadn't risked my life to defeat that savage? Based on the gaze that savage shot towards you just now, you would definitely be unable to die in peace." She looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "That's not how strength should be used." Yang Yi frowned. "What are you trying to say? Your strength isn't concentrated and too dispersed, so it isn't able to display the effect it should possess when struck against your opponent. Besides that, your ability to control it is absolutely horrible, and you are unable to give life to your strength." She pointed at a rock by Yang Ye's foot when she spoke up to this point. "Go on. Blast apart the upper half of that rock. Remember that you should only shatter the upper part of it." Yang Yi glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then picked up a palm-sized rock and punched it lightly. Bang! A soft bang resounded as the rock was blasted into powder. Yang Ye's face froze. "If you were able to control your strength well during your battle just now, then you wouldn't have just been able to defeat him as quickly as possible. You could have avoided exhausting yourself." She spoke indifferently, just like that rock. "Perhaps it would only take a 10,000th of your strength to blast it into pieces, but you used 1,000th of your strength." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke. "How can I accomplish what you just spoke of?" "Train," she said. "There's no other shortcut besides doing that." Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he said, "But even if I can accomplish that, it can't compare to cultivating a divine rank technique, right? So, instead of wasting my time practicing that, wouldn't it be better to cultivate a powerful technique?" How foolish! She looked him in the eyes and continued, "Do you know what would happen if strength reached its limits? Do you know what would happen if speed reached its limits? Regardless of whether it is humans or demon beasts, the body is our true foundation. The laws and all those other so-called techniques are just there to support our bodies. Tell me, if your body isn't strong and your cultivation isn't strong enough, then would you be able to execute those techniques you speak about? If your body isn't strong enough, everything else is only just a dream." She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time when she spoke up to this point, and then she continued, "The body is our foundation, and everything else is only strength that we've borrowed from the world. just like this very moment. There's no spirit energy in this world for you to utilize. So can you have lost your profound energy, utilize the energy of the laws you've comprehended? Can you execute those divine rank techniques you speak of? No. You are reduced to an ordinary person when you lose the spirit energy of the world. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he took a deep breath. I admit that what you said really does make sense, and it has overturned everything I knew before this. However, based on what you're saying, doesn't that mean that the cultivation of the body is the only true method to attain the Tao? She glanced at him and said, there are a myriad of grand Das, and the body is only just one of them. What I'm trying to tell you is that the body is like a vessel, and its strength determines how much it can hold. If your body isn't strong enough, then even if you were given the best things in the world, your body might not be able to hold those things, and it might even overwhelm your body instead. I understand now. Yang Yi took a deep breath. At this moment, he truly understood what she meant. It was just like the sword domain. It wasn't that the sword domain wasn't strong. It was he who wasn't strong. It was the same for Heaven's gravestone. It wasn't that Heaven's gravestone was too strong. It was he who was too weak. The same thing applied when it came to the sword spirit as well. It wasn't that the sword precursor and the true form of Heavenrind were too strong. It was he who was too weak. In the end, he wasn't worthy of such strength. Yang Yi suddenly said, right, what happens when strength arrives at its limits like you said just now? She replied, have you heard of the Brink laws? Yang Yi frowned and shook his head. The Brink laws? The brink represents what happens when something arrives at the limits of one's body. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, just like when floodwater is blocked by a dam, the floodwater would strike the dam in waves, and when the dam vanishes one day, the strength carried by the floodwater would be many times stronger than it was. Accumulate and release. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, right? She replied, you can explain it like that. How does it compare to my decay laws? Asked Yang Yi. The woman had witnessed the strength of his decay laws when he saved her earlier. She replied, you think it's very powerful? Yang Yi asked, is it not? Decay is destruction. In other words, it sucks out the vitality of all things. To a certain extent, it's very good indeed. However, you must realize that it can't decay strength that has arrived at a certain level. She continued, the strength of the decay laws is fixed, and it has no room for growth. But the Brink law doesn't suffer from such limits. The stronger you are, the stronger it'll allow you to become. Tell me, which law is stronger? I understand now. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, thank you for the guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at her with a complicated expression on his face. At this moment, even an idiot would have realized that she was definitely no ordinary person. She said, since you've understood, then quickly run away. Run? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to look. He saw over 100 savages had appeared in the distance, and they were holding strange pikes as they dashed madly in their direction. Yang Yi gulped when he saw them, and he felt a chill run down his spine, because every single one of them was a saint. Chapter 10:18. The group of savages howled in unison as they dashed forward, and even the ground trembled in their wake. Should I fight or flee? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he didn't hesitate to carry the woman and flee. What a joke. Even though those savages couldn't execute techniques like normal human saints, their bodies were comparable to saint realm experts. Fight over 100 people who were equals to saints. There was nothing wrong with Yang Ye's head, so he naturally wouldn't do something so stupid. Head wanted to interrogate the dying savage, but now it would seem like he had no choice but to give up because keeping himself alive was the most important matter at hand. The other savages immediately started roaring when they saw the miserable state their companion was in, and then they chased after Yang Yi like madmen. Yang Yi dashed madly all along the way, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he noticed that they seemed to have no intention to let him go. If he was in the outside world, then he could enhance his speed with the laws of speed, so they wouldn't be able to catch up to him no matter what. Yet now, he could only utilize his physical strength, so his speed depended solely on his physical strength. However, he was exhausted and hadn't recovered from the battle he had with the other savage just now. Thus, the gap between him and the group of savages was gradually getting closer. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in his arms. "Do you have any ideas?" she said. "Either flee or kill them." Yang Yi replied angrily, "That doesn't help at all." She just glanced at him and didn't speak another word. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "You're definitely no ordinary person. Or perhaps I should say that you're definitely extremely strong. I'm sure you've realized that we'll definitely die if they catch up to us. If you have a way to escape them, or some sort of trump card, then use it, all right?" The woman replied, "Just summon that tiny pagoda of yours. Not to mention those savages, it can even destroy this world." "The primordial pagoda?" Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. Head tried to call out to the primordial pagoda when he noticed that he couldn't utilize his profound energy, but it didn't respond at all. There were many times that Yang Yi couldn't avoid thinking about whether he or the primordial pagoda was the true master in their relationship. The woman spoke abruptly, "You can't truly control it." Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. "Right." She spoke softly, "You're so weak. So how could you possibly take control of such a divine treasure?" Yang Yi's face darkened. "You're still alive and haven't suffered at the hands of those savages because of me. The weak person you're speaking about." The woman spoke indifferently. "It isn't terrifying to be weak, nor is it humiliating. One should be afraid of being ignorant of one's weakness. That's the most shameful thing for a person. I think we should talk about how we're going to survive this situation." Yang Yi turned his head and glanced behind him. At this moment, the savages were just around 1 kilometer away from them. If this continued, then it would take less than an hour for the savages to catch up to them. She replied, "Leave me here. That'll be able to buy you some time." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Are you testing me?" She answered, "You've obtained the fruit of creation, so I'm useless to you now. Not only am I of no worth to you, I'm also a burden to you, right?" Yang Yi replied, "You seem to really wish for me to leave you here." She looked him in the eyes and said, "You're clearly still taking me with you because you hope to gain a way to escape from me. Or perhaps you think that I've concealed my strength or possess some sort of shocking trump card. I can tell you frankly that I've told you all the ways to escape. Besides that, I know no other way. As for my strength or trump cards, I don't have that as well. At the very least, I don't have it while I'm here. So, I'm useless to you now." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, "You're very vigilant towards me. Or perhaps I can even say that you're hostile towards me. I don't know why, but all I want to say is that perhaps working together sincerely is the best for us right now. At the very least, we should be a little more sincere to each other while we're here, right?" She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I don't have a way to get out of this situation." Yang Yi took a deep breath when he heard her, and then he nodded. "Since you can't do anything, then we'll do it my way." Yang Yi stopped running when he spoke up to this point, and then he placed her on his back before he started walking towards the savages. She asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to fight them on my own." Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists while a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He was injured, so even if he continued fleeing, it was only a matter of time before the savages caught up. Since it was impossible to avoid battle, he chose to take the initiative. She asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure." Yang Yi roared furiously as a powerful aura surged out from within him, and then beams of crystal blue light shot down from the sky and entered his body. After the beams of light entered his body, a thin barrier of crystal blue light formed around them and stuck closely to them like a layer of skin. After he arrived in this world, Head noticed that while he couldn't utilize any profound energy here, he could utilize stellar energy. Moreover, Head just happened to have cultivated stellar energy. That was also why Head dared to stop and fight the savages. Stellar energy? A wisp of shock could be seen in the woman's eyes as she gazed at the thin film of crystal blue on her body. Yang Yi's face started to warp at the instant the stellar energy entered his body, and once it left his body and formed a protective barrier around him, his entire face had completely warped to the point it was almost unrecognizable. There would be no side effects when he utilized stellar energy when he had his violet profound energy to assist him. But now, he couldn't utilize his violet profound energy, so he suffered the backlash that came with utilizing stellar energy. Such backlash was clearly extremely painful because the stellar energy's presence within him was equivalent to a corrosive force that was corroding his internal organs and entire body. It couldn't be helped. He had no other choice at a time like this. The extreme pain he suffered caused Yang Ye's consciousness to be almost completely blurred. At this moment, he just wanted to vent, because only venting would allow the pain throughout his body to lessen. Yang Yi roared with fury as he charged towards the savages with the woman on his back. One of the savages stabbed his pike against Yang Ye's chest. However, he was shocked to notice that Yang Yi was completely fine, but his pike was transformed into powder instead. At the same time, the remaining force of the collision blasted him a few dozen steps back. All the other savages were stunned by this scene. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly charged over to the closest savage, and he smashed his fist in that man's direction. The man was shocked and similarly launched a punch at Yang Yi. Bang! Their fists collided, and the savage was pushed almost 100 steps back. As for Yang Yi, he hadn't taken a single step back. That savage was astounded by this scene. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared before the man, and he slammed his fist against the man's head. Bang! The man's head was instantly deformed, and his figure was blasted flying. Roar! Countless other savages roared with fury, and they started attacking madly. Unfortunately, their pikes and fists weren't able to cause even the slightest harm to Yang Yi. It was even to the extent that they were injured by the rebounded force that shot towards them when their fists and pikes struck against Yang Yi. However, every single punch from Yang Yi either injured or killed one of them. Yang Yi grew stronger as the battle progressed. At this moment, Head fully disregarded his defenses because he couldn't sense any pain. Regardless of how many pikes or fists struck him, he didn't feel anything. Moreover, he didn't feel anything when his fists slammed against the savages as well. At this moment, it was like Head lost the ability to feel anything. To be more precise, he was in an invincible state. At the very least, physical strength wasn't able to cause any material harm to him. Just a little while after the battle began, over a dozen savages were lying on the ground. It didn't take long for fear to gradually appear in the eyes of some savages, because Yang Yi was clearly like a monster to them. Roar! One of the savages suddenly roared, and then he turned around and fled. As for the others by his side, they immediately turned around and fled as well. They naturally didn't dare to continue fighting when facing a practically invincible person. However, Yang Yi clearly had no intention to let them go. Yang Yi caught up to one of them, and then he slammed his fist against the man's back. The man was blasted flying and crashed against the ground. However, the savage wasn't dead because his body was strong. But while he wasn't dead, Head suffered extremely serious injuries. He was just about to stand up when Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him, and Yang Ye's foot stomped down on his stomach before Yang Ye's fist slammed against his head. Bang! The savage's head was instantly smashed into a strange shape, and then Yang Ye's fist slammed down on his head again. Bang! 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 In an instant, Yang Yi had slammed his fist countless times against the savage's head, and had done it to the point that savage's head was smashed into pieces. Only then did Yang Yi stop and chase the next savage. He was venting. The bone-deep pain throughout his body caused only a single thought to be left in Yang Ye's mind, and it was to vent. Vent like a madman. After he killed a few more savages, Yang Yi gradually slowed down. Meanwhile, the rest of the savages were nowhere to be seen. However, the sharp pain which came from the stellar energy hadn't vanished, and it was even growing stronger because Head overused his physical strength. He needed to vent. He needed to vent without end. Suddenly, Yang Yi pulled the woman off his back and tossed her on the ground. There was no clarity left in his eyes as he gazed at her, and there was only lust that remained in them. The woman's beautiful brows were pressed slightly together when she saw Yang Yi in such a state, and she said, "You'll regret it forever if you dare to do that." Roar! Yang Yi suddenly roared, and then his figure flashed over onto the woman. He pulled open her robe, and there was nothing under it. Chapter 10:19. If it was at any other time, Yang Yi wouldn't have lost his senses even if the pain he suffered could be felt deep within his marrow, because he had his sword intent to suppress it. However, he couldn't utilize his profound energy right now, so his sword intent couldn't be utilized as well. Thus, the sharp pain he felt could only be relieved by venting. Besides killing like a madman, there was only one other way to vent, and it was to vent through his lust. Yang Yi's instinct urged him to pounce decisively onto the woman. The woman was wearing nothing beneath the robe, and her pure white figure was completely exposed within Yang Yi's vision. If it was at any other time, Yang Yi was able to stay true to his heart and keep his mind clear, so he could disregard her figure. But at this moment, the scene before him was undoubtedly capable of putting a spell on him. Yang Yi instinctively pressed his lips against her lips, and his hands started to move up her figure. She didn't resist, and she just gazed at him with an extraordinarily calm expression on her face. As he kissed her continuously and was about to go further, his eyes suddenly met her gaze, and as he gazed at her calm eyes, his figure stopped moving while the lust within his eyes reduced quite a bit. They just gazed at each other for around 10 breaths of time, and then Yang Yi rolled off her body and waved his hands. Over a dozen pikes in the surroundings suddenly shot towards him and nailed him to the ground. At this moment, the stellar energy within him had vanished, so the pikes had stabbed through his figure with ease. However, the loss of stellar energy hadn't reduced the pain he felt. Conversely, the sharp pain he experienced grew more and more severe once the stellar energy within him had vanished. But at this moment, his mind was much clearer. He didn't pay any attention to the pain that swept through his body, and he just constantly recalled the woman's eyes. The tiny vortex had actually spun for a moment at the instant that their gazes had met. It was a warning. At that instant, Yang Yi's hairs had stood on end, because since the tiny vortex had been with him, it had given him warnings on less than 3 occasions. Who exactly is she? However, it wasn't long before Yang Yi stopped thinking about that, because Head almost fainted from the sharp and intense pain he suffered. This time, Yang Yi didn't dare to let himself lose consciousness, and he forcefully persisted while ceaselessly recalling Su Qingshi and Nanjing, Xiao Yushi, and the others in his mind. Time passed slowly, and Yang Yi finally felt his body feel slightly normal. So, he opened his eyes. At this moment, the sky was dark, and it was covered in stars. Yang Yi was just about to move when a wave of numbness came from his entire body, causing him to frown. He forcefully endured the discomfort he experienced and stood up, and then he walked over to the woman and sat in front of her. She just gazed at him silently, just as she had before this. However, the gaze she shot at him gave him an indescribable feeling of horror. Yang Yi said, "I had no intention to offend you, but you did." She spoke in a very calm voice, and she showed no signs of being angry. "It was my mistake." Yang Yi continued, "No matter what the reason was, it was my fault for doing such a thing," she said. And then, Yang Yi fell silent for an instant before he said, "In any case, I want use my life to atone for my mistakes. Why don't we just fight it out after we leave this place and recover our strengths? If I win, well, just let bygones be bygones. If I lose, you can do as you please to me. All right?" He naturally had no intention to fight her, because Head decided to flee right away once Head left this place. She gazed at him for a short while and said, "All right." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart because he would be fine for now. Even though the woman seemed like she didn't possess even a shred of strength, could someone the tiny vortex warned him about be ordinary? Based on his inference, she had definitely done something when he offended her earlier, and it made the tiny vortex sense danger and warn him. In other words, she wasn't completely without the ability to protect herself, she just didn't want to. Based on Yang Yi's speculation, the reason she didn't want to utilize it was probably similar to why he didn't want to utilize Heaven's gravestone, because she would have to pay an unbearable price. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only intended to utilize it when the situation had escalated to that level. In short, she was dangerous. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and a wisp of regret flashed through his eyes when he saw the corpses around him. If he could take those corpses with him and refine them into sword servants, then they would definitely be a huge help to him. Unfortunately, he had no profound energy, and both his spatial ring and ancient sheath couldn't be utilized. So, he wasn't able to take these corpses with him. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thought, and then gazed at the woman. If I'm not wrong, then those savages should be the local inhabitants of this world. But I don't understand why they were able to attain the Saint Realm when there's no spirit energy or quintessence violet energy here. She replied, they definitely have a place which contains quintessence violet energy. Let's go look for them. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. We have to look for them if we want to recover, right? We'll be giving our lives away if we go now. She glanced at him and said, you're too weak. You have to improve your strength first. Yang Yi asked, my physical strength? She suddenly said, come over here. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and he hesitated for a moment before he walked over to her. She said, come closer. Yang Yi glanced at her and moved a little closer. At this moment, he was only a few centimeters away from her. She gazed at him for a long time before she said, do you know how weak you are? Yang Yi didn't know what to say. She said, just the backlash from mere stellar energy caused you to lose consciousness. Tell me, are you weak or not? Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and he nodded in the end. You're right, am still very weak indeed. Just as Shed said, being weak wasn't anything shameful, and he really was very weak now. She stared at him for a while, and then withdrew her gaze in the end. Your foundation isn't that bad, and it wasn't pushed up with the use of treasures and external forces. However, if I'm not wrong, you definitely used less than 10 years to grow from the mortal realm to your current realm of cultivation, right? How did you know that? Yang Yi had a trace of shock in his eyes. Isn't she a little too terrifying? That isn't something you should be worried about. She continued, even though improving your strength to such a level in such a short period of time has allowed you to possess powerful strength, it has many disadvantages as well. Your mental state is too inferior in comparison, and it can't catch up to the speed your strength is improving at. You haven't comprehended the essence of every single realm of cultivation, and you've merely improved your cultivation to that realm. This has caused you to lose the strength that you should have possessed in that realm of cultivation. Besides that, there are numerous other problems. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at him and said, in the end, while your foundation from the mortal realm to the mid-rank half-saint realm seems to be very solid, that's not actually the case. It's just a false impression you get from looking at it on the surface alone. Once you truly encounter a problem, like the backlash from stellar energy, you would collapse in an instant. It's like building a house. If the foundation isn't solid, then perhaps the house would be able to resist some minor gales and storms, but it would instantly collapse before an earthquake. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, what should I do? Actually, had been able to sense all of that, but it just wasn't that clear for him. Or perhaps it could be said that he didn't attach much importance to it. Now, when he heard the woman, he finally realized how serious it was. She said, don't attain the Saint Realm for 5 years. For 5 years? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and quite some time passed before he said, I need strength, powerful strength. She glanced indifferently at him and said, then do as you wish. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, all right, let's put attaining the Saint Realm aside for now. Let's talk about how I should become strong now. Otherwise, we might never be able to leave this place. Control your strength. She continued, from now onwards, you'll learn to control your strength and allow it to arrive at the brink of your body. If you can accomplish that, then the number of those savages would be nothing more than numbers to you. The brink laws. A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. You're willing to teach me the brink laws. She glanced at him and said, let's go somewhere else. Yang Yi nodded with excitement, and then he carried her up and vanished on the spot. Not long after they left, a young man in luxurious robes and a group of savages appeared where Yang Yi and the woman were earlier. The young man glanced at the surroundings, and then he looked up into the sky while a trace of happiness could be seen in his eyes. I hope those fellows from the radiant dimension aren't too weak. In the depths of a mountain range, the first thing you need to accomplish is to allow the heavy to be light. See that tree over there? From now onwards, I want you to practice blasting the bark of the tree into pieces. Remember, only the bark. Bang! A fist smashed against the tree, and the entire tree was instantly blasted into bits. At the same time, a few dozen trees in the surroundings were blasted into bits as well. Again. Bang! The tree transformed into powder. Again. Bang! The tree transformed into powder again. Just like that, Yang Yi punched trees incessantly every single day, and the tree in an area of around 10 kilometers in the surroundings had been blasted into powder in just a few days. Of course, had obtained some gains as well. It was that he could concentrate his strength to the point it didn't leak out. In other words, his strength was concentrated completely on the tree when he punched it, and it wouldn't spread to the surroundings. Before this, the same amount of strength had only been able to punch the tree into powder. Yet now, it could completely obliterate the entire tree. Yang Yi was overjoyed from his gains. However, he still trained to accomplish what the woman wanted, to only blast the bark into pieces while the tree remained intact. So, he started training in an even more frenzied manner. A month later, Yang Yi walked over to an ancient tree, and he gazed silently at it for a moment before he smashed his fist forward. Bang! A soft explosion resounded, and then its bark was obliterated, yet the tree beneath was completely intact. A wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and he turned around to look at the woman. You barely pass. Come, now try to allow the light to be heavy. Once you accomplish that, you can try to learn the Bring laws, said the woman. Yang Yi asked in a low voice, how strong is the Brink law? She glanced at him and said, based on your current strength, your strength will instantly increase by at least 30 times if you're able to master the Brink laws. 30 times. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. His current strength wasn't inferior to a saint, so how terrifying would it be if it were to be increased by 30 times? Chapter 10:20. Late at night, a small campfire was flickering lightly within the deathly silent forest, and Yang Yi and the woman were resting against trees at the side of it. Yang Yi said, those savages won't stop until they've captured us. Both of them had moved to numerous mountains throughout this period of over a month, and it was naturally because of those savages. The woman remained silent. Yang Yi didn't mind her silence, and he just continued. I think that it's quite strange. They were completely crushed by me in the previous battles. So, logically speaking, they should be trying to avoid us. Why are they chasing us like madmen instead? She glanced at him and asked, why are you thinking so much about it? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. It's related to our lives. How can I not think about it? She replied, you should be thinking about how to become stronger. Yang Yi struck his chest and said, I'm confident to deal with a savage within 30 moves if I were to fight one in single combat now. His control of energy had attained a qualitative leap throughout this period while he trained under the woman's guidance. His physical strength was still the same, but his control of his strength was much stronger than before. Simply speaking, he could control his strength better now, and it was much more terrifying than an increase of raw strength. She asked, are you unable to look further ahead? Yang Yi replied, what do you mean? She glanced at the surroundings. See this world? It was created by someone. It's a world created by someone who's already dead, and that person has died countless years ago. However, it's still able to trap you, render you helpless, and even throw you into despair. Yet you are still feeling self-satisfied about the tiny bit of strength you've obtained. Isn't that sad? Yang Yi's face froze, and a long time passed before he shook his head. Can't we just talk normally? She glanced at him and said, I don't think I have anything to speak with you about. We've known each other for so long, but I still don't know your name. Right? I'm Yang Yi. What about you? Asked Yang Yi. She was too cold, and she could go on for days without speaking, but he couldn't. So, he constantly tried to find topics to discuss with her. She replied, I don't think it's necessary for you to know that. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, I really can't talk normally with you. Allow me one final question. I'm really curious about why the Azura Queen tortured you like that. I would understand if you're a human. After all, that madwoman, the Azura Queen, seems to really hate humans. But you're not a human. She asked. You seem to know the Azura Queen really well? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. But I think that she's definitely a madwoman. The woman seemed to be interested. Why? Yang Yi replied. I've been to the graveyard of humans, and it's filled with human corpses. I was able to discern how much she hates humans. Coupled with her actions towards you, what else would she be but mad? The woman suddenly asked, Do you know why she hates humans so much? Yang Yi was quite curious. Why? Because her parents and older sister were killed by humans. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Trust me, the day will come when you humans will definitely pay a horrible price for your greed. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, There's enmity between me and many demon beasts, but am not hostile to the entire demon race. You are you, and she is she. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman withdrew her gaze and fell silent. Yang Yi didn't ask for insult by trying to start another conversation. He walked over to the side, picked up a branch, and then tapped it lightly against a tree that was standing before him. Bang! The tree was obliterated, but the branch in his grasp was obliterated as well. Yang Yi shook his head lightly. The woman wanted him to allow the light to be heavy. That meant that he had to utilize the branch like a piece of iron. Simply speaking, he had to destroy the tree without destroying the branch. Head thought that it would be very easy, but once he tried, he understood that it was simply beyond difficult, because the branch couldn't endure his strength at all, but if he used too little strength, then he couldn't destroy the tree. In short, he had to gain peak control over his strength in order to accomplish it. It was difficult, extremely difficult, but he didn't give up because his control of energy would grow a level higher if he was able to master allowing the light to be heavy. Moreover, only by accomplishing that could he learn the Brink Law. Half a month later, Yang Yi and the woman were on a different mountain because traces of savages had appeared in the last mountain they occupied. At this moment, he just wanted to cultivate and didn't want to waste time on the savages. Had destroyed at least a few tens of thousands of trees during this time, and he was training at all times every single day. He didn't even rest. The results of such insane training were obvious. Presently, he could use a branch to destroy a tree without destroying the branch. Of course, it wasn't enough because the branch wasn't completely intact, and it would split open. In other words, he hadn't mastered the technique yet. Such training was extremely arduous. If it was in the outside world, then he could even train continuously for a year because he would have profound energy to heal himself. However, he wasn't able to utilize profound energy now. So, his hands would ache and feel sore after a few consecutive days of training. All he could do was persist and persist without end. Just like that, Yang Yi trained like a madman for another half a month. Bang! A branch was tapped against a tree, and the tree instantly exploded apart while the remaining force from the collision obliterated the pieces that escaped the explosion. Yang Yi withdrew his hand, and his sweat-covered face finally revealed a grin. He turned around to look at the woman. I've done it. His voice carried undisguised excitement and joy. Presently, his control of strength had arrived at an unprecedented height to him. If he were to fight those savages in single combat now, then he was confident to annihilate a savage within 10 moves while relying on his terrifying control of his physical strength. The woman glanced at Yang Yi, remained silent for a long time, and then asked, Do you know what the Brink is? Yang Yi's face was solemn as he knew that she was about to teach him the Brink Law. You've explained it in the past. She nodded lightly and said, To put it simply, the Brink is to converge your strength at a single point. In other words, it's to concentrate your energy to the point it becomes a single dot, and then allow it to erupt at a certain moment and instantly release the terrifying energy within it. In order to accomplish this, you first have to gain control over your own strength to an extremely terrifying degree. In other words, it's the ability to allow the heavy to be light and allow the light to be heavy. It's the ability of strength manipulation. You've accomplished that, so start testing out the method I provided you. Yang Yi nodded. She said, Remember that you must be careful. If you fail to control it well and cause your strength to rebound against you, then you'll either suffer a heavy injury or die on the spot. Yang Yi asked, "It's that serious?" She replied, "It would naturally not be so risky if you're given more time to practice slowly. Yet now, we don't have much time left, right?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment and nodded. "All right," she said. "Clench your fist." Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, the woman said, "Feel the strength throughout your body. Sense it, control it, and then guide it to your fist." The space around Yang Yi's right fist started to ripple violently. She continued, "Don't release it. Allow the energy to remain within your fist, and then continue guiding the energy within you to your fist as well. Do it until you feel that there's no more energy throughout your body." Yang Yi's fist started to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the space around him rippled like a pond that had a rock tossed into it. It had started to ripple violently, and it was an extremely shocking scene. The woman's voice resounded again. "Don't stop. You aren't at your limit yet. It's not the brink until you're at your limit." I am almost unable to control it anymore. It wasn't just Yang Yi's fist that was trembling now. Even his body had started to tremble. The veins on his right arm had bulged up completely, and they seemed horrifying like numerous little snakes. "You must maintain control of it." The woman's voice was stern. "Only by arriving at the extremes of your strength can you truly consider it as the brink. Only by sensing the force that erupts when you arrive at the brink will you be able to truly understand what the brink is. If you can't maintain control of it now, then everything you've done until now would have been wasted. Moreover, you might even suffer from backlash. So, maintain control of it if you don't want to die." Crack! As soon as she finished speaking, the ground beneath Yang Yi's feet had instantly cracked apart, and countless arm-thick cracks instantly swept out towards the surroundings. Besides that, the ancient trees in a huge area around them exploded apart as well. "I can't. I'm really unable to hold on any longer." Even Yang Yi's face had warped now. "If you don't want to die, then hold it in," she continued. "Not only must you hold it in, you have to guide the remaining energy throughout your body into your fist. It's the brink. How can it be called the brink if you haven't arrived at the limit of your limits? Besides that, don't you want to see the limits of your strength?" Yang Yi's were shut tight, and his entire body was trembling violently. Tiny cracks had even started to appear in the space around his right fist, and the space in an area of around 5 kilometers in their surroundings had started to ripple violently as if it would explode apart at any moment. The space in this world was countless times stronger than the radiant dimension, and the space in the radiant dimension would have probably collapsed by now. Around 10 minutes later, Yang Yi roared furiously, "I really can't hold it back any longer." Roar! Suddenly, over a dozen savages appeared in the distance. They howled in unison when they saw Yang Yi and the woman, and then they charged towards Yang Yi and the woman. The woman glanced at the savages, and then she spoke indifferently, "If you can't hold it back, then release it." Yang Yi opened his eyes when he heard her, and then he smashed his fist forward in their direction. Chapter 10:21. Bang! The space before Yang Yi was instantly obliterated, and a pitch-black hole that seemed like an expanse of outer space appeared there. The black hole stretched out for 5,000 kilometers ahead of Yang Yi, and the world behind him remained the same as it was. It was like a world of black and white. It was beyond shocking. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, a few hundred mountains in the surroundings collapsed while the ground cracked apart. The entire world trembled before his fist. As for those savages, they'd been obliterated a long time ago. Yang Yi slumped down to the ground and gazed at the scene before him with a slightly blank expression. "I caused all of that? I did that? I really did that?" Even if Head done it himself, even if Head watched it happen with his own eyes, he was still quite doubtful. Death by a thought? The divine fist of destruction? They were trash when compared to that attack he just launched. But that attack was purely executed with his physical strength. Just his physical strength. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind was blank. It could be said that besides the true form of Heavenrend, All his other techniques and laws couldn't compare to that punch. No, those techniques and laws were trash when compared to that punch. They couldn't be compared at all. He was confident that if he faced Oblivion Maiden again, then that punch of his could blast her into outer space. Because even if she could decompose attacks, it depended on what sort of attack it was. The might of that punch definitely far surpassed her ability, just like a technique he'd seen in the past called flicking a hill. It was a technique that used extremely tiny amounts of strength to move something that was many times greater than it. It was a very profound technique, and it was extremely strong. However, while it could flick up a hill, could it flick up a mountain? Just as the woman had said, when a type of energy arrived at a terrifying level, then the so-called laws and intent would be useless against it. Just like his punch, even the decay laws and laws of speed would be useless before that punch of his, because it far surpassed the strength of those laws. A smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and it didn't take long for it to widen until he couldn't help but roar with laughter. After laughing for a while, he was about to stand up, but he noticed to his shock that he actually couldn't move. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly inspected his body, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he noticed the state within his body. Had been exhausted, truly exhausted. The woman suddenly said, "Do you think that was very strong?" Yang Yi was lying on the ground and allowing himself to recover slowly. He turned to look at the woman when he heard her, and then he was stunned. Because he was lying on the ground right now while the woman was lying against a destroyed tree, there was a gap between her robes, and he just happened to see the scene within that gap because of the angle of his vision. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly pulled her legs together and pulled down her robe to conceal that view. At the same time, her calm voice resounded, "Was it nice?" Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman. "I have no intention to disrespect you, nor do I have any intention to offend you," she replied. "That means you did it on purpose, right?" Yang Yi was speechless. They fell into a moment of silence. Quite a long time passed before Yang Yi spoke. "I've constantly had the feeling that you carry extreme hostility towards me, and I'm very curious about the reason. After all, besides that incident when ID lost consciousness, I've never done anything else that has offended you since we met, right?" She glanced at him and still didn't speak a word. Yang Yi continued, "Fine, let's not speak about that. No matter what, thank you for your guidance. Your guidance has allowed me to avoid wasting at least 10 years on the wrong path. Besides that, thank you for teaching me and helping me master the brink laws. I owe you a favor, and so long as it doesn't go against my heart, then I would absolutely not refuse to help you in anything you need help with." She spoke indifferently. "I just did it so that we can leave this place." Yang Yi glanced at her and didn't speak another word. 2 hours later, Yang Yi had finally recovered some strength. He glanced at the woman, hesitated for a moment, and then squatted down before her. He moved away the parts of the robe which covered her legs, and his expression changed when he saw her feet. It was because the pieces of cloth which were used to bandage her feet were blood red now. Yang Yi undid the bandages and noticed that the holes on her feet were still there, and they were even larger than before. At this moment, he finally understood why she hadn't been able to move on her own until now. It was because the injuries on her hands and feet hadn't recovered, and they were growing even more severe. Yang Yi raised his head to look at her. "Why is it like that?" She remained silent. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "It's because of those black swords?" She nodded slightly. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "I can heal your injuries if we were in the outside world. But in this place, it's fine." The woman spoke indifferently. "Besides the fact that it's slightly difficult to move, it's actually fine. Rest for now. We'll go look for the place those savages live in once you've fully recovered and search for a way to leave this world." Yang Yi tore off the beast skin he wore and wrapped her hands and feet again. After that, he laid on by her side and started to recover slowly. Yang Yi said, "I have something to ask you." She remained silent. Yang Yi didn't mind her silence and continued, "Even though that attack when I utilized the brink was very terrifying, I was completely exhausted once I executed it. Moreover, I feel that it caused a certain level of damage to my body. Is there a way to remedy that flaw?" "There are 2 ways. She continued. The one steez to make your body even stronger to the point that it can grow accustomed to the eruption of 30 times your strength when you utilize the brink. The two NDIS to not utilize your full strength when you execute the brink again. You just have to use a third or half of your strength instead. Of course, that would make it much weaker. However, your body wouldn't fall into a similar state again. Yang Yi was puzzled. Didn't you say that I have to use all my strength? That's because you hadn't fully understood what the brink was, and you haven't grasped such a technique. She continued. Now, you've understood what it is, and you've grasped it. So, you can naturally use it as you see fit. I understand. Yang Yi nodded and asked, my body far surpasses those at the same realm of cultivation, and even some Saint Realm demon beasts can't compare to me. Does my body still have room to grow? How foolish. She suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi and said, the body is the foundation of a person, and its potential to grow is limitless. Completely limitless. Your body is not bad when compared to ordinary people, but it's countless times inferior to those true geniuses. Yet those geniuses might be at an inferior realm of cultivation than you. Yang Yi frowned. You're speaking about the central divine prefecture? She turned her head away and didn't speak another word. Yang Yi was used to it, so he didn't mind and just continued. I feel that my body has arrived at a barrier, and I can only rely on external forces to improve it further. Do you know any way to improve my body? She spoke indifferently. Do you really want to know? Of course. He hurriedly nodded. After he realized how terrifying the body was, he impatiently desired to improve his body. She replied, drawn stellar energy down to temper your body. Stellar energy? Yang Yi raised his head to look up into the sky. It can be used to temper the body? She replied with a question instead. Why not? Yang Yi answered, it almost killed me. She said, that's because you absorbed too much, and you didn't use it well. If you used it well, then it would temper your body at all times. Of course, the slightest mistake would cause you to explode from the inside. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, they'll give it a try once we leave this place. She glanced at Yang Yi. Her gaze stopped at Yang Yi's stomach for a moment, and then she withdrew her gaze and paid no further attention to him. Yang Yi didn't speak as well, and he just fell into deep thought. Had been in this damnable place for almost 2 months now, and he didn't know how Ocean of Clouds Academy was doing in these last 2 months. Besides that, and Nanjing was still waiting for him to save her. Lu Qianxiao had said that he intended to challenge the geniuses of the entire prefecture on the day he married in Nanjing, and there was less than a month left until then. He had to leave. He had to leave this damnable place as soon as possible. Yang Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. 4 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes and quickly stood up. He immediately grabbed the woman and was about to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late, and over 300 savages had appeared before them. Over 300 saints. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. What exactly is this place? Aren't saints a little too easily found here? After pondering for an instant, his gaze descended onto the young man in luxurious robes who led the group. Because that fellow didn't look like a savage. The young man was sizing up Yang Yi and the woman as well, and there was excitement and joy in his eyes. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms. Hey, are you afraid? She glanced at him, and it seemed like she was asking if he was an idiot. Yang Yi got disdain as a response. He placed her on his back and tied her on with a vine rope. Moreover, the woman even cooperated and wrapped her arms around his neck. Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Hey, can you help me do something if I die in battle? After all, even a complete eruption with the brink laws couldn't obliterate over 300 saints. Not to mention that he couldn't execute the brink laws now because he was still in an injured state. The woman remained silent. He continued, if I die, and you have the chance to escape, then help me do something. Crush Sky Divine Hall. Right. Destroy the Nether Pavilion and White Deer Academy of the Central Divine Prefecture as well. She suddenly asked, why? I don't like them. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi picked up a branch from the ground and said, is that reason enough? She remained silent for quite some time before she said, I'll remember what you said. Yang Yi roared with laughter, and then he started walking towards the savages with the branch in his hand. He stopped when he arrived just 30 m away from them, and he pointed the branch at them. Will you fight me in single combat, or are all of you going to gang up on me? Yang Yi's calm voice resounded. All the savages, and even the young man, was stunned. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to face so many of them on his own. However, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and flashed off into the distance. It only took an instant for him to vanish from their fields of vision. Head fled. All the others here were stunned on the spot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.